This one is in a much, much better spot going forward.
Yeah, there may be a lot of football left to play, but you potentially could be putting yourself in a pretty deep hole if you don't come away with a win here today, if you have aspirations of winning the West.
This is the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood Treatment Companies, the official treated lumber of Alabama Athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. It's a little bit different feel, given the fact that Alabama's accustomed to being, frankly, undefeated this time of year. And yes, a loss would be tough as far as the conference is concerned or the division is concerned, but the national championship picture is something you feel like you'd be very strongly still in consideration for, even if it didn't go your way. But this year, with the loss already to A&M's friends from Austin, this one's got a lot more weight to it, certainly for the same thing for the Aggies, given that they lost their opener in Miami.
Well, from a national standpoint, though, that's the picture we're looking at today. We don't have a clue what it's going to look like across the country at the end of the year. There could be several teams with one loss on their resume, so who knows how that'll play out. In a two-loss team that's a conference champion, potentially maybe. I don't have a clue. But you always want to win the game that you're playing. That's the most important one, and I know that's what both squads here are focused on today, is just getting this win. It was a close game last year. I know we'll probably talk a lot about that here later on, one that Alabama thought they're going to walk away with. But Jalen Milroe getting his first start, he was up and down, didn't play particularly great, but played good enough, and then the defense held on there at the tail end. So, this is a squad in Texas A&M that is getting better and better, especially after you had mentioned the loss to Miami. They look like a completely different team as they did that day.
This is one of those matchups, or one of those years, I should say, that when you reference last year's ball game, a lot of people thought with some of the conversation that had taken place in the offseason, specifically by Jimbo Fisher, that Alabama would come out motivated, would play at a high level, would just absolutely perhaps walk up and down the field on Texas A&M, a squad that was struggling at the time, and Bama was barely able to get out of there with a victory at home against the Aggies. Final play of the game, turned away, and the Tide held on to get that victory. This is a year where a lot of people are saying, oh, the Aggies are the ones sitting in the catbird seat. They've got the better team. This is one with a lot of motivation. After last year, this is their ball game. And yet, this seems like the type of game where a Jimbo Fisher coach team may not be at their best.
Hey, isn't it funny how there are certain, maybe it is administration, maybe it is certain coaches, is that their persona, the identity that their teams take on is, you have some that they're just better in the spoiler role. That's the identity that they take on. And you have other ones that they cannot handle success. So it'll be interesting to see how his squad reacts here today, because you know that Alabama's going to be ready to play.
Let's take a look at the scouting report for this one. It's presented by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Where's your scout on this one today?
Today? The guy that we're looking out for?
The scouting report for today. What do you want to go with?
We are going to go with Jalen Milroe, and I know that sounds goofy. Am I the wrong way?
No, you're good. You're good. We'll go start or watch in a minute with Tito's, but we'll go scouting report for the ball game presented by Cook's Pest Control. Tell me whatever it is you want to tell me, and we'll make it fit. I've already mentioned the sponsor, so we're good. That's the main thing.
I used to have a guy that we would interview. He goes, what are your thoughts? I mean, could you be any more vague?
Got a feeling I know him. But anyway, go ahead. Throw it at me, Coach.
What we're looking here for Texas A&M is they want to be physical up front. We know they have a lot of weapons on the outside, but they want to be able to run the football. Makes them no different than any other team. It always goes through between the tackles and your ability to run the ball. So defensively, this is going to be a heck of a matchup. Our offense versus their defensive front, and vice versa. Our offensive line versus their defensive front. Who's going to win the trenches? I think that's going to be key to who's going to be successful, because that's going to be the guy who can throw the ball down the field, control the line of scrimmage, control the field position, because this might be an old-fashioned game where field position really is important.
I think you've already kind of tipped your hand on who the starter watch will be in this one, presented by Tito's. And as always, we say Roll Tide as Tito's handmade vodkas teaming up with the University of Alabama to donate 150 tickets to VetTix. That's an organization offering active service members and veterans tickets to this season's Alabama Crimson Tide home games. Let's go Bama is what Tito's says. And to you, we say, who's the star to watch?
Well, I'm hoping that Deontay Lawson is a guy that we can circle here.
Be nice.
He's going to give it a go here in warm-ups to see if he's close enough to 100% and playing without pain, still struggling with that ankle injury. But if he is the guy that can get out there on the field, he could be a difference maker, in my opinion. Not that Jahai Campbell has not done a great job, but that's not the key of the game. The key that we're going to talk about is Jalen Milroe. I did tip it. I'm sorry about that.
You're good.
But Jalen Milroe, from the simple standpoint, I don't think he necessarily has to have an outstanding A-plus game in order for Alabama to win. We talked about with Roger earlier, though. I think the stat line that you're watching with him is he going to have some explosive plays with his legs and or his arm. But how many sacks does he take? He has to eliminate sacks in any scenario. And if he's able to throw the ball away, keep Alabama in favorable down and distances, that's going to allow them to not only continue to move the chains, but play the field game, the field position game more effectively.
When we come back, we're going to take a look at our starting lineups presented by Walk-On Sports Bistro. We continue to look at the scoreboard clock, which says we are just under 41 minutes away from kickoff. Alabama taking on Texas A&M. We're in College Station. It's a gorgeous day here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Into the building for the first time after the shooting. It was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, everybody. So glad to have you with us. I'm Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts, coming to you from Kyle Field, College Station, Texas. Man, this is the best weather I think we have ever had for any sporting event I've ever been to. Here, done a lot of basketball games, but there was the threat of ice and snow and all sorts of winter stuff going on outside. Just absolutely hotter than Hades here for baseball numerous times as well, and the same for football. I remember we were here about 10 years ago, and I think it was the rematch between A.J. McCarron and Johnny Manziel after he had somehow managed to pull off a win against Alabama and Tuscaloosa the year before. And we got through, we're getting ready to do the TV show with him, and Coach looks at me and says, I think this may be the hottest I've ever been in my life. It was hot here that day. It's not here today. It is absolutely gorgeous. Temperatures in the low 70s, maybe upper 60s as we speak, Tyler, and just a beautiful, beautiful day, which sure the players are happy about. Not that it will be pretty hot once we get things kicked off.
Don't you know that especially those big old linemen on both sides are just like, yeah, this is still a little warm, but it's getting right. You know, they like it in the 40s.
I understand.
I don't.
Makes a lot of sense.
But this is perfect. And you got to think about the energy level that you're able to maintain also over a long period of time when you're not just getting sapped because it's so daggum hot. I mean, this is ideal.
In a game, in a day like this, for quarterbacks especially, we talk a lot about how you throw the football in cold weather, wind, rain, all those things. Seems like perfect conditions. I'm assuming it is from a quarterback standpoint.
No, absolutely. You think when you're sweating all over the ball, it gets slick. You got to imagine where it starts from. They're sitting on the ground with a big old 300-pounder dripping all over it. So it's slick when it's really hot and humid, and then when it's super cold, you can't really get a grip necessarily unless you have massive hands. That's why you see quarterbacks constantly licking their fingers, trying to get a little bit of moisture and tack on there. But this is ideal. This is when it really comes off the fingertip, spinning it crisp. And hopefully Jalen Milroe has a much better day of spinning it than Max Johnson does.
Let's take a look at the starters for today's ball game, and our starting lineup is presented by Walk-On Sports Bistro. You know, Walk-Ons puts everything they've got into bringing you game day, and they do it with a taste of Louisiana. Visit locations in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-Ons, more than a restaurant. Let's go with the defensive front for the Crimson Tide, and expecting to see, as usual, Justin Eboigbe, Tim Keenan III, and Tim Smith across the front there for the Crimson Tide, and Dallas Turner walks up from the Sam linebacker to give you that four-man front look. They are going to be tasked with trying to put the same type of pressure on Max Johnson that we really expect to see A&M's defense put on Jalen Milroe throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, and the key really for this Alabama defense is to force A&M's offense to be behind the chains. No different than what we don't want to be on our offensive side. Force them into obvious passing situations, and then you can tee off. Secondary will know exactly what's coming. You can just make a bead there on the quarterback and hopefully force some sort of error.
Deontay Lawson, the will linebacker at 6'2", 230, third-year sophomore out of Mobile Christian, is hopefully going to be back. Again, game-time decision in this contest, Tyler. But as you said, Jahad Campbell really good in his absence last week, the New Jersey native, but also the stepped-up play of Tresman Marshall at the mic, Chris Braswell at the jack linebacker, huge, and Kendrick Blackshire coming off the sidelines has been a huge help as well.
And it's funny, kind of like with the receivers, you always mention multiple names at any position because of the amount of rotation that has taken place over the first quarter, almost half of the season so far. And as a result, you've created a little bit of depth here. Depth that you can count on should Deontay Lawson not be able to go for. You have some experienced guys who have meaningful snaps under their belt who can contribute and just make plays.
But the truth is that really determines how good you are at that position, isn't it? Yes, you need an all-star. It's great to have one, but you better have multiple guys that can help you at any position group.
Hey, give me 5 all-stars. I'll take them.
I would imagine you would. Let's go to the secondary for the Tide. Terrion Arnold at one corner. He's 6 feet, 196, the third-year sophomore out of Tallahassee, and yet he plays as though he's even more of a veteran than that. But at the other corner, Kool-Aid McKinstry, maybe as good a combo as there is right now in this conference.
And once again, as is it every week, they're going to be asked a lot in man coverage constantly. They're going to be required to come up in some of these run support situations and make plays at the line of scrimmage. They're going to have their hands full. It's going to be a long day for these cornerbacks, but they're up to the task.
You talked about Caleb Downs last week and why, or the fact that you are excited about his future. 6 feet, 205, freshman out of Hoshton, Georgia. Played at Mill Creek High School. What is about his game that as a strong safety has you so excited about what he will be like. He was the number 12, by the way, overall player in ESPN's top 100.
Well, you don't step on the field this early unless you're knowledgeable and unless you can really soak in the information that's being given to you and be able to apply it. Obviously, he has that. We rarely see him getting scolded on the sideline or getting beat. He typically is in position. Not that mistakes don't happen, but I love how aggressive he is. He's aggressive to break up passes and jump routes. He's also aggressive to come up and run support, which is really where Alabama loves to use him, because they'll leave Jalen Key back in more of a free safety type style, and he's more of a strong safety coming up and run support. But I just love how aggressive he is and how he puts the previous play behind him. Good or bad, he goes to the next play. You don't see him showboating out there, and I love that attitude.
13 tackles and a pick last week for Caleb Downs. He's got 40 on the season. Jalen Key had 9 stops a week ago from the free safety position. He's a Quincy, Florida native who played at UAB the last couple of years, but now is in an Alabama uniform, 6'2", 210. He is a graduate student for the Crimson Tide.
And that knee continues every single week to get a little stronger and a little stronger, and we're seeing really good play out of Jalen Key right now.
Malachi Moore, again, the veteran out of Trussville, Alabama. He is a senior, 6 feet, right at 200 pounds, had a career high 8 tackles in Orlando against USF, had 6 again last week. And you look, man, he is, as they say in basketball, filling up the stat sheet. 27 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, a pick, 2 breakups, and a quarterback hurry. A guy who really is versatile in the pass rush or in pass coverage.
Hey, you stole my word. Versatility. Where you can apply him and put him on the field, who you can have him match up with in coverage situations. But because he's close to the line of scrimmage, typically even in coverage, he's always a threat to bring the pressure. He's kind of their go-to guy when they need to rattle the cage of the quarterback.
Speaking of the quarterback, the one for the Aggies when they started the year was Connor Wegman, the sophomore out of Cypress, Texas, 6'3", 215. And as I talked about with Coach Saban in the pregame visit, he's out. Obviously, he was their best option. That's why he was the starter. But in Max Johnson at 6'6", 230, another sophomore who transferred from LSU, he's a really good football player, a guy who's very solid, maybe not as much upside as Wegman, but he's a really good college quarterback and probably as good a backup or number 2 guy as you'll find anywhere within the league.
Well, and he's proven over and over that you can win with him. He's going to take care of the football for the most standpoint. I think he only has 8 interceptions or so over the last couple of years. So he's a guy that takes care of the ball, throws a catchable ball. The question is will he turn it over with contact? And I think that's really where you can get inside of his head, is if you can apply pressure, hit him a couple of times, you might be able to jar that ball loose. But he is a threat. He's an experienced guy he's going to keep that poise, and he's not going to get flustered.
Last week in Dallas when they beat Arkansas 34-22, Johnson went 17 of 28, 210 yards, couple of touchdowns. He did throw a pick in that ball game, and he was really close to throwing a couple interceptions against Auburn as well. Alabama may get some opportunities. You got to take advantage, don't they?
That's one of the keys to the game, is to win the turnover battle. So that will be a stat line that we're monitoring. In
the backfield, he'll have, in all likelihood, Amari Daniels as his primary option, along with Le'Veon Moss at 17 carries last week for Moss, 107 yards, and then Daniels 10 carries for 36. They'll see them an awful lot in the backfield, but how dangerous is the run game for the Aggies?
Well, and Bobby Petrino may be old, but he still knows football, and he knows that you have to be able to run the football in order to have success. And a lot of his offense, is dictated on your ability to run the ball and bring defenses up so that you can then spread them out and have success that way. So this is a running back that is extremely talented. Love to get them to the edge. They're physical in between the tackles. So it's going to be a big challenge here for this Alabama defense.
When you look to their wideouts, Anais Smith is a veteran for them. They also have Evan Stewart at 6 feet, 175, maybe their best option. They're also getting a guy back this week, in all likelihood, in Noah Thomas at 6'6", 200 pounds, and a sophomore. They're hopeful that he'll be able to go. They've got a lot of different weapons that they can throw to. Not as good as they have been a few times, but, again, dangerous in their receiving core.
Always a threat, and anytime that you add height to that, that's always a challenge for a DB, especially a guy that's barely pushing 6 foot, which our corners are. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. You're going to have to make sure that you're in position, playing your technique especially well, so that you're where you need to be in order to break passes up.
Look at their offensive front. Trey Zune III is the left tackle. He is 6'7", 315 out of Fort Collins, Colorado. And then you have Mark Nabu Jr. at left guard. Bryce Foster is their center. And then on the right side, Layden Robinson and Chase Bistonis, who is the right tackle for their squad. That's a big group along the offensive front, a talented group, and a little bit young, actually. They got a graduate transfer in Robinson, but you've got 2 freshmen on the front in Bistonis and also Nabu, with sophomores in Zune and also the center, Bryce Foster.
This is a group, though, that is extremely talented coming out of high school, and they had high expectations for them. Kind of underperformed, as you mentioned, last year, but starting to kind of season a little.
All right, tight ends look a lot for Jake Johnson in this one. A season number of 13 catches for 111 yards and a touchdown. He and his brother Max combining to be the first brother-to-brother receiving touchdown combo, and a big-time moment in their family's existence, but they haven't had another connection for a score since that time. Won't use the offense, or won't use the
I mean, you know who the older brother is, right, in this whole scenario?
That's right. That's right.
It's just like if my brother was out. He's 4 years older. I played quarterback here. He'd be like, no, I got quarterback. You're going to play something else.
I'm good. You go over there. You go take care of that. You go deep. I'll hit you, or I'm going to fake it to you. Let's take a look at Alabama's offense and go to the quarterback in Jalen Milroe. Look, Texas native, coming back home. Again, we visited with Coach about this, and for both Milroe and Jace McClellan, got to be a little extra adrenaline. I'm sure a few extra ticket requests and all of that stuff that takes place this week. But it is a game where they got to be locked in on the task at hand, regardless of who they're facing.
Well, in any of the high expectations of playing against Texas A&M that you want to perform well, hopefully those are out the window in the past with last year. Jalen just has to play himself and just be himself out here, play within himself, and just do what the offense allows. We talked about it. Be smart with the ball. Be smart with you. Manage the game appropriately. Your natural talent's going to come and be a huge impact in this game.
McClellan, Roydale Williams, big throughout the year. Obviously, Jam Miller as well. Justice Haynes got a couple of carries, 4 of them actually, last week. 22 yards, but one of those, there was a flash there. He didn't break it into a long run, but, man, it looked like he was about to take it to the house in the last minute of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent in our backfield as well, and these guys are anxious to get out here today and contribute when they get the opportunity. But as you mentioned, Jace McClellan and Roydale Williams are going to be the 2 bell cows. They're the ones you're going to lean on the most. They're going to have a huge impact in today. Not only run between the tackles, as we always talk about, but their ability with the check downs, possibly swinging them coming out of the backfield, can be a big mismatch against linebackers.
Didn't see Jermaine Burton last week. Hopeful to have him back this week at 6 feet 195, and the senior from California who transferred to the Tide from the Georgia Bulldogs. But as we run through the list, Kobe Prentice, Ja'Cory Brooks, Malik Benson, Jalen Hale, starting to see a little more action, Isaiah Bond, Kendrick Law. That's a veteran group. That's a talented group, and it's a deep group of receivers that Jalen has available to him.
And the other thing is there's going to be some opportunities for some big home run shots. Hopefully they can create a step or separation. I think Jermaine Burton potentially has the opportunity to hit 1 or 2 explosive plays today, and if he can do that, if we can hit 1 or 2 of those, that could be impactful as well.
A guy who's not listed as a wide receiver, he's a tight end, but man, he's kind of in between. At 6'4", 230, Amari Niblack, a dangerous weapon, 3 catches, 61 yards a week ago. He's got 8 grabs overall on the season and a couple of touchdowns. He's becoming more and more of a threat, is the sophomore from St. Petersburg, Florida.
And I think that Tommy Rees, the offensive coordinator, is really trying to design some plays where he is the primary target. He is such a mismatch, and where you do with him, whether it be lining up at a traditional tight end spot or even flexing him out in the wide receiver space, there's some different looks that Texas A&M is going to get today they probably haven't seen on film, where Niblack is the number 1 receiver.
If they go more of a run formation, even though these guys can catch the football, Robbie Oots and C.J. Dupree, very strong as blockers. Dupree did have a catch for 26 yards a week ago, and Utes has a couple of grabs overall on the season. Also, Danny Lewis been kind of quiet, but he is a second-year freshman out of New Iberia, Louisiana. The upside on him is very, very high as well.
Well, and what you're doing with your packages with the tight end, though, is going to spill over in the next several years. And all these guys who may not be getting on the field right now, like Danny Lewis, he's seeing what the future is, and the tight end is a huge part of that.
The offensive line, where do you see them progressing? J.C. Latham and Darian Dalcourt at right tackle, Seth McLaughlin at center, Tyler Booker, Caden Proctor on the left side, expected to be the starters in today's ball game. We'll see what happens at the snap, but that's where we are coming into this one. And I would imagine, as we're seeing this team score 24 against Ole Miss and 40 last week at Mississippi State, progressing the right direction.
I think that their confidence and their ability to move people off the line of scrimmage or create holes is increasing every single week, and their communication with one another continues to improve in the pass protection. We saw that last week against Mississippi State. A couple of sacks, more really on the quarterback than on that offensive line.
So those are your starters, or projected starters anyway, for the Crimson Tide here today on the offense. For A&M defensively, man, that defensive front is talented. They are putting opposing defenses in third and a bunch. It's an average of third and 9.8 yards to go against the Aggie defense this year. I think that is one of, if not the best in the country in that category, but it does indeed start up front with the pressure that the defensive ends, Shamar Turner and Fidel Diggs, along with Walter Nolan and McKinley Jackson, the defensive tackles. That four-man pressure can be awfully, awfully tough.
It is. We're going to have our hands full. McKinley Jackson is an Outland Award watch list guy, so to speak. I mean, he has really turned it up here in his career. Shamar Turner, you talked about him so fast. I think he's one of the only guys that has recorded a tackle for loss every single game this year. So a very solid front, defensive front. And the angle here is you don't just run the ball on first and second down trying to get favorable third down turns. You got to mix it up. You got to pitch backwards. You got to throw them first down and keep them off balance, stretch them sideline to sideline to keep these guys guessing, because if they play just a step slow, our offensive line can create holes against this front.
Torian York and Edgerrin Cooper expected to be your starters in the linebacking core. York is a freshman out of Temple, Texas, 5 tackles a week ago. He's got 27 on the year, and again, one of ESPN's top 35 players in the cover, 4-star, one of the top 35 linebackers in the nation. It was a highly thought of recruiting class that Jimbo's put together the last few years, but it hasn't translated at the level they had hoped in terms of wins and losses so far.
Well, but you still have a lot of talent that maybe is just blooming a little bit late. And you talked about Torian York. He's a good one right there. This is a good linebacker core that Alabama's going to face. They erase a lot of mistakes that are made up front or opportunities that are created by an opposing offense. This is a good unit.
Tyreek Chappelle is at one corner. The other is Josh DeBerry. And then also Jacoby Matthews at safety with Bryce Anderson, Damani Richardson in that secondary as well.
This is a solid secondary as well. They have a lot of pass breakups over the course of the year. I think they're leading the country in pass breakups, and it's one of the better secondaries in the country. So this is going to be a David versus David, or so to speak. That's a little guy. I'm sorry, Goliath versus Goliath here in the secondary on who's going to show out better. Although I'd take David over both of them.
Again, history shows. Go with David. Unless Bathsheba's involved, go with David in that. All right, we are closing in on 15 minutes to kick off, presented by BeatBox, and each BeatBox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. We are closing out our Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood, wood treated right. Hopefully Alabama is not going to treat the opposition well today. The Crimson Tide taking on the fighting Texas Aggies. We're back with more in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Alabama football is also brought to you by Guthrie's, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. And by Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Here we go. Kickoff is coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here. Score big deals at Baumhauer's this football season and order from our Inflation Bites menu. Try our Buffalo Wing Special with fries and a complimentary beverage for only $9.99. And what's football without a cold beer? Our pitchers of Yingling and Yingling Flight are only $7.99, served all day, 7 days a week. And huddle up, football fans. Sign up today for our free NFL Pick'em contest at Baumhauers.com for weekly prizes. Baumhauers, legendary fun and legendary food.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
Domino's delivers game days across Tuscaloosa and the surrounding area. Locally owned and operated in Tuscaloosa for over 30 years, the team at Domino's is proud to be a supporter of Alabama football and athletics across the Capstone. Domino's would like to thank our customers for supporting our local business for over 30 years. Make Domino's your choice on game days year-round and enter our weekly Drive for Dough contest this football season. Domino's is proud to deliver your Alabama Crimson Tide game days anytime. Visit RollDominoes.com. Thanks from Domino's and Roll Tide.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
As Bama arrives at this Week 5 shootout, deep in the heart of Texas, we've seen so far this season, well, a little bit of everything, with a nod to Clint Eastwood and Coach Saban. Let's call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. But in spite of early season servings of bad and ugly, back-to-back doses of the good to start SEC play against teams from the Magnolia State appears to have this Bama team headed in the right direction.
Pressure up the middle, Dart is drilled, and the ball comes over on the near sideline. Oh my goodness, did he get hit?
2 on the play clock as they snap it, pass deflected, intercepted. Bama's got it at the 25, still on their feet. 10, 5, touchdown Alabama. Chris Braswell with the pick on the deflection from Jamarian Latham, and the Crimson Tide takes a 13-0 lead. Now, once again, Bama has to deal with a team from the Lone Star State. Texas A&M also has a non-conference loss on their resume, and like the Tide, the Aggies are undefeated in conference play. In fact, A&M is tied with Bama for the lead in the SEC West. The winner of this one takes a critical step towards something really good, an early December date in Atlanta. Bama and Texas A&M from Kyle Field in Aggieland. Next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Here we go. Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now turn it up. It's game time.
77 degrees, winds out of the north at 10 miles per hour. A few clouds adding to the landscape here in College Station, but an otherwise beautiful day as we welcome you to Aggieland. But we hope it is absolutely adorned in crimson by the time we wrap things up here at Kyle Field. Along with Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover, I'm Chris Stewart. Roger not only our broadcast host today, but also handling the role as our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. As at the half, he'll be talking with head coach Nick Saban. In the booth, as always, providing our Facebook Live pictures, Ethan Carabin, and with Butch at the controls as our spotter. Butch Owens, the longtime spotter here on the network. Tom Stipe is our producer engineer. Jerry Kelly, the studio engineer, and so glad you are with us as we are all under the leadership of our Vice President, General Manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network, Jim Carabin. Our coverage today brought to you in part by Beatbox. They're our game sponsor. And Beatbox is the original party punch. 9 delicious flavors, non-carbonated and resealable. Be the MVP of your next game day tailgate with Beatbox. These two teams, Tyler Watts, no strangers to each other. Historically, some great matchups long before the Tide and the Aggies became conference foes. But since we've gotten into the league, some rather memorable games as well.
Yeah, and they came to the league, and we didn't like them real quick, did we? They broke our hearts in Tuscaloosa. We've had our way with them ever since our last visit here to Kyle Field, though, so Alabama looking to rectify things in this hostile environment. But this has been a program that's on the up and up, and with the addition of Texas and Oklahoma coming in next year, a little more Western flair.
We talk, obviously, about their head coach, Jimbo Fisher, but the offensive coordinator, Bobby Petrino, a former head coach himself, had some success as a play caller, thought of as innovative, even though he is not one of the younger guys in that role anymore. What is it about his play calling that makes his teams so tough to defend?
Well, anytime that you have a lot of experience under your belt with seasons and the years that he has, you've seen a lot. And so you know how to adjust, you know how to attack, and he does a pretty good job of communicating. I know he's awfully tough on his guys as well. So as a result, that can really refine you at your quarterback and wide receiver positions because of the amount of pressure that he puts on you in practice.
With Jalen Milroe, who seems to be growing in confidence week by week.
He should be. He should be, because he's performing better and better every single time that he comes out on the field. Doing a nice job of throwing the ball down the field. He throws one of the better deep balls that we've seen. Of course, that's kind of been absent the last week or so. We saw it versus Ole Miss, but not last week versus Mississippi State. But the biggest thing that he has, his biggest rook, is the fact that his wheels, his ability to break defenses down, run the ball. And if he's able to take advantage of that, he can put a lot of pressure on this A&M defense.
Talked about the weather and field conditions. We've got natural turf here in College Station at Kyle Field, a great surface, and 77 degrees. It's about as good as you could possibly hope for this October 7th in College Station.
Yeah, this is a great environment. Looks like the field is in good shape as well, so shouldn't be any issues there. But boy, from a player standpoint, you got a tremendous atmosphere that you're playing in front of, sold out place, great field to work with, and as you mentioned, the weather is outstanding.
77 degrees on October 7th. 77 is not the number for my brother's birthday today, but Steve Stewart well below 77. Happy birthday nonetheless, big brother. Hope it's a good one for you and all Tide fans today as Alabama takes on the Aggies. Our weather and field conditions and birthdays presented by Alpha Insurance. Protect your cars, home, life, and business with Alpha. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha. This is a place with a lot of tradition, and their traditions, unlike any other, anywhere else. They're proud of them. Good for them. It's different, but it gets loud, and they're in it from the start.
Chris, focus is going to be so important, and I've been distracted the last few minutes, I ain't going to lie.
Okay. I was expecting something after that.
That's it. I can't unsee it.
No, you're exactly right. But milk delivery apparently stopping at locations all around College Station as their cheerleading corps out here today. If you know, you know, and we'll just leave it right there. Our coin toss will come up in just a little while. It'll be brought to us by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. That's the unbeatable combination in termite protection. And look, Alabama's not been afraid to get the football first. Hadn't done a ton in the first half with it. It'd be nice to see something out of the gate from the Crimson Tide.
Now, what would be good is we run the ball well in the first opening couple of plays, get a first down or two, and then we bog down.
Right.
I just want to see us take that thing and run it all the way down the field, as everyone does, but finish the drive. I think this is going to be so important throughout the course of the day and what we're going to talk about. Taking good field position, making the most of it, turning into points, and if you are successful and are lucky enough to get a turnover, turn it into touchdowns. Field goals don't win anymore. Got to have touchdowns.
Talked about this a little bit earlier, but the fact that they do such a great job, A&M does, with their pass rush, their pass defense, and really can put you in a lot of third and long situations. That's what they're known for. You better be able to run it today to take some pressure off your pass game.
Yeah, you got to be able to run the ball, but sometimes you have to pass before you can run. You got to go backwards to really set things up, because on early downs, if you're just committed to running between the tackles, that's easy pickings. That's old school football. That ain't how you necessarily play it anymore. You got to stretch these guys out, keep them guessing.
Tough one here to say 10-mile-per-hour winds. Does that matter at all? It looks like it's more of a factor at the top of the stadium than it does down around field level, because it's a high stadium, seats over 100,000. You're down and you're somewhat shielded from that wind, even if it was 10 degrees or 10 miles per hour more. So I guess maybe not as much of a factor as it would be somewhere like a week ago at Mississippi State, where they got one end that's semi-open.
And this could potentially be an advantage for Jalen Milroe in a game like this. He spins the ball so tight that it can cut through the air much better than a softer pass, which is what Max Johnson throws.
Alabama making its way out of the tunnel to our left. Coach Nick Saban leading the Crimson Tide onto the field. And, of course, Coach, we think the best, one of the two best in the history of college football, and we'll let you Bama fans all decide between that. But Coach Saban, no doubt, with his 7 national championships, I say it all the time, the 6 that we actually cared about, very, very set as far as history is concerned. He doesn't care about history. He doesn't care about the future. He's worried about right now in this particular ball game, which is a big one for his squad against Jimbo Fisher.
And I'm hoping that he's optimistic about the performance over the course of the week for these guys. And going down on Thursday, they looked like they were ready to play. You could see that in their eyes. And I think we're going to get a good outing here from the Crimson Tide today.
Our captains for today's ball game presented by Barkley GMC in Tuscaloosa. Barkley makes it easy. The Tide with Dallas Turner, Malachi Moore, and Roydale Williams as their captains. Bama wearing the traditional great look of the white unis on the road with the crimson helmets, and Texas A&M with their maroon tops, maroon helmets, and the white pants. The captains from the two sides making their way out towards midfield, where they will be joining our referee for today's ball game. Daniel Gautreaux is the lead official for today's contest, and not sure if we're going to be able to pick up what they have to say to each other or not, or if we'll just be zoomed in watching for this one. Waiting to see if they're going to give us the mic, and I don't think they are. So the instructions taking place down on the field now.
Visitors, what is your
there
call?
We go.
The call is heads. General Rainey, will you do the honors? It is heads. Alabama, you've won the toss. You'd like to defer. Which way would you like to kick? All right, switch sides for me, guys. Switch sides. Alabama has won the toss and elected to defer. They will kick from the south.
And as we have experienced on more than one occasion, Tyler Weitz, the press box is shaken as they start this place in just a little bit. It is a different feel, different environment, at least until kickoff.
You know what? All the hoopla and everything that goes on out here, it don't matter nothing. It's all about the 22 on the field, and I like our chances.
I do too, as Alabama and Texas A&M are just about set to get things going. So glad you are with us here. The Aggies making their way out onto the field. Coming from the middle tunnel in the south end. Alabama from the same end of the field, but came out of the corner just to our left, and smoke and flame planned rising into the air. I guess I should make that clear for those of you listening to us on radio. No need to panic. It's all part of the festivities here in College Station and what they are expecting as they come out of the tunnel here. And again, it can be really rowdy. Over 100,000 are here, shoehorned in for this one. A tough ticket between Bama and the Aggies. Both teams with one loss. It's non-conference, though. Both trying to stay perfect within Southeastern Conference play. As next for the Aggies, they will be in Knoxville to take on Tennessee. And next for Alabama, a home game on homecoming against the Arkansas Razorbacks. But neither side thinking about that one much at all at the moment. It's all about this game, this setting, and this one is just moments away from getting kicked off.
This is going to be fun right here. This is going to be a big challenge for this Alabama defense. We talked about the Texas game being the biggest one of the year. Well, it was up until today. This is a very good Texas A&M football team that we're going to go up against. Going to have to play good. Don't necessarily have to play great, but you have to play mistake-free and force some turnovers.
Will Reichard handling the kickoff duties for Alabama in this one, as A&M will have a man deep back around the goal line. It's going to be Ainias Smith to our near side, and on the far side as the deep man is the El Campo, Texas native Ruben Owens. Owens has a 29-yard return on the year. Smith only 1 for 15. And Reichard, one of the best in the nation, maybe the best to ever play the position for the Crimson Tide, gets set to approach the football, which rests on the 35. He'll swing the right leg into it. It's high into the air, and it is going to be fair caught in the end zone for a touchback by Owens, and the Aggies will start off 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line as we take a look at A&M on the first drive of the ball game with Max Johnson as their quarterback. How different are they with Johnson as opposed to Connor Wegman?
You might lose some of that upside that you were talking about from an ability to throw the ball down the field, but it's still a catchable football. But they have to be able to run the ball. He's pretty careful with it. He's a mature guy, but hopefully we can give him some looks that really confuse him today.
Amari Daniels is the single setback. They've got a wide out to each side of the field. And tight ends set up off the line of scrimmage to both the right and the left. Johnson from the pistol formation will hand it off. They'll run it left side. They'll get good yardage. In fact, they'll get all the way up to the 35, maybe just a foot shy of that. But Amari Daniels with 9.5 yards on that carry. The Aggies will quickly go to the line of scrimmage and get the play from the sideline, but it's 2nd and less than 1 upcoming. Daniels in the backfield with Johnson again from the pistol. Strong side to the left with one wide out each side. Play action. Johnson looking, rolling, trying to get to the first down mark, and he'll stretch forward and get there. Alabama almost got him. Dallas Turner couldn't quite hang on to him. and also fortunate he didn't get a horse collar penalty right there. But stretching forward and gaining a couple on the play, actually 3 yards, will be Johnson. Moved the chains for the first time in the ball game for either side. A&M with it from their own 37. Evan Stewart split wide to the right with Anaya Smith to the left. They will hand it off again to Daniels. He'll fight to the left side, get stacked up as he crosses the 40 to the 41. And it will be second down upcoming. Tim Keenan the third making the hit for Alabama after a gain of a couple.
Now Texas A&M will go ahead and bring the tight ends out and go into a lighter personnel here on second and medium.
Daniels out. Ruben Owens, 6 feet 200. The freshman is in the backfield. Johnson again from the pistol formation. Now an empty set as Owens will split wide to the right side. They've got 2 men to each side of the formation. As the left-handed quarterback will get the snap, he'll drop back. He'll look. Plenty of time. Hits a man dragging across the middle. Making the catch is Muhammad, and he'll get a first down and more inside the Bama 30 and down to about the 27-yard line. Moose Muhammad III, the Charlotte, North Carolina native, able to make the grab and get big yardage after the catch.
Trez Marshall had sunk back into zone coverage and tried to rally on Muhammad as he caught the ball, but just too much speed by the wide receiver.
31 yards on that pickup. Back to down to the 28-yard line of the Tide. Owens will stay in the game in the backfield. He's to the left of quarterback Max Johnson, operating from the gun. Johnson, play action, swings it left side, getting it to this man, Evan Stewart. He'll get forward across the 25 and down to the 23. Actually may spot him closer to the 22-yard line, but Malachi Moore delivered the hit after a gain of about 6.
Those quick hitters there on the perimeter, they're really challenging our defensive backs to make sure that they can fight off those blockers and make the tackles for a short gain.
2.5 minutes already off the first quarter game clock. We're ticking under 12:25 now remaining as Owens and Le'Veon Moss are both in the backfield, one on either side of the quarterback, Max Johnson. Johnson waiting on the snap, gets it, and will keep it himself. He will fight inside the 20. He's going to be close to the first down marker. It will be spotted just shy of the 18-yard line. I think it's going to be 3rd and a foot. Caleb Downs kept him at least momentarily from picking up the first. But it is 3rd one, and they'll bring in a little more beef along the front. Orstrom, along with Johnson and Wright, are in as tight ends. And, man, they've got them all stacked in tight. Le'Veon Moss is in the backfield at 6 feet 210. Johnson, the quarterback, will hand it off. They'll run right, and I'm not sure they got there. Big hit from Trezman Marshall coming from the backside on that play, and if he got it, he only got it by the slimmest of margins. He did not. It'll be 4th and less than a foot. Let's see what Jimbo Fisher and the Aggies will do right here.
Heck of a job there. They ran the ball back to the short side, to the right side, but there was no push whatsoever by that offensive line. Good job by the Alabama D.
Less than a yard. They've got to get to the 18. Single setback is Moss behind Johnson, operating from the pistol. One man split in the slot to the right. Quarterback keeps himself. Pressure coming. Pass is broken up, and Bama turns the Aggies away. What a play defensively. Dallas Turner coming up the middle, and welcome back Deontay Lawson breaking up the pass intended for the tight end, and Alabama forces Texas A&M to turn it over on downs. A big-time stop early for Alabama as we've got timeout on the field. 10:56 remaining first quarter. No score thanks to the Bama D here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. This mental getaway brought to you by visitpensacola.com.
Every Alabama tailgate has food, but when you bring Hellman's to your tailgate, the buffalo chicken dip makes the Crimson Tide drool. That pimento cheese dip isn't just tasty, it's legendary. And the burgers? Those are the tailgate MVPs. With a squeeze of creamy, delicious Hellman's, every bite is a taste touchdown. Hellman's, official mayonnaise of Alabama Athletics.
Dos Equis knows college football game day is filled with iconic traditions. The fight songs, the mascots, the rivalries. The pregame text to your ex for her dad's cable login so you and your buddy can stream the game even though you promised last season you were just about to get your own subscription. Whatever your game day ritual is, make sure you're doing it with a real one. Dos Equis. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2023 Dos Equis. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
10:56 left to go in the first quarter in Bryan College Station. No score between Alabama and Texas A&M as we are live at Kyle Field from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth where you can feel good about your money. Today's game is presented by Beatbox, the original party punch. 9 delicious flavors, non-carbonated and resealable. Be the MVP of your next game day tailgate with Beatbox, and we just saw Alabama get that stop, the big-time stop, presented by Truckworks, the official truck dealer of the Crimson Tide. 13 locations across the Southeast to keep your business rolling. Tyler Watts, how'd they do it?
Well, real quick, they were trying to get the ball further down the field and develop. They tried to release also Max Johnson out of the backfield, but too much pressure by Dallas Turner, who got on Johnson before he could release the ball.
Alabama with it, 1st and 10 from their own 19-yard line. They'll bring a man in the backfield with Jalen Milroe. That is Jace McClellan, and Bama's going to be called for a procedure penalty before its first snap. That is not the start you wanted to see.
Number 3, 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
Especially when it's a wide receiver who's supposed to be looking at the ball regardless of what's going on.
Jermaine Burton back, and unfortunately, in a negative way, making his presence known. He's one of 2 wideouts to the right side. McClellan in the backfield with Milroe, operating now on 1st and 15 from the 14-yard line. Handoff will go to Jace, trying to fight his way forward, gets wrapped up and stacked up as he crosses the 19-yard line. Edgerrin Cooper, the weak side linebacker, made the stop for a gain of about a half yard.
And one thing Alabama's going to do today, because of the problems they've had with the passing, is they're going more what you see in the NFL. The guard is going to indicate when the quarterback is ready. He's going to tell Seth McLaughlin when he has the green light to snap the ball.
Malik Benson, the wide out left. They've got one in tight to the right side as well, as Milroe will walk up to change the play to the line of scrimmage. Now goes back to the pistol formation. Play clock is at 7. Plenty of time as he gets the snap. He'll hand it off. McClellan fighting through, forward across the 20. Gets to the 22-yard line, setting up a much more manageable now 3rd and about 7 upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Tyler Booker leading interference there.
This is a defensive front. I think you're going to have some opportunities to run the ball against them, but up front, you're going to have to not only get in good position, but maintain your feet with these big defensive linemen who are so quick and being able to shed blocks.
First down markers right at the 29 line of scrimmage. Sits right now at the 22 for the Crimson Tide with 2 men left, 2 men right as wideouts. McClellan in the backfield, going in motion to the right side is Amari Niblack. Waiting on the snap. Milroe gets it. Plenty of time. He will roll right. Pressure coming now, and he's going to be wrapped up and brought down back at the 15-yard line. The first sack of the game recorded by the Aggies. And who got him, Tyler?
Edgerrin Cooper. He's straight down from that linebacker position, and so often throughout the course of this year, Jalen Milroe has been able to shed one would-be tackler and use that speed to get around him. But that Edgerrin Cooper doing an outstanding job of keeping leverage and having that foot speed to keep up with Jalen.
So Bama's defense forces Texas A&M to turn it over on downs. Bama then goes 3 and out offensively, and James Burdup with a low wobbly kick that heads towards the boundary quickly. That is not one of the best efforts that we've seen from James this year. In fact, they're going to walk all the way into Bama territory and spot it at the 44. A rough effort of only 29 yards there from Burdup as we've got timeout on the field. 10:44 remaining in this opening quarter. 8:49 remaining in the opening quarter of play. Alabama and Texas A&M scoreless on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
On game day, success starts with a great game plan. No matter if you're at home or on the road, greatness starts here with the Ford F-150 truck. delivering a rare combination of power and smart technology like the available class-exclusive Pro Power onboard. Ford F-150 helps make great things possible. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. See owner's manual for important operating instructions. Class is full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GPWR.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is "My job is people, everyone is my business." But unfortunately, in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Scoreless with 8:49 left to go in the first quarter between Alabama and Texas A&M. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is coming and COVID-19 continues to affect our community, so don't wait and vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more about how you can stay up to date on vaccinations. ADPH is proud to support the Crimson Tide.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. As A&M fans are happy because the Longhorns lost. We'll tell you about that in a moment. First, the snap goes to Max Johnson around his 47-yard line. He will step it up. He'll get across the 45 and down to the 40-yard line. Actually, the 44 was the original line of scrimmage, I should have said, and they will spot him down at the 40 of Alabama. Damon Payne providing the push out of bounds as it'll be second down and right around 5.5 or 6 to go for Texas A&M. Lavian Moss in the backfield to the left of quarterback Max Johnson. He'll have a man coming in motion to the right side. He'll keep it himself, though. Will Johnson, he'll get stacked up and then spins forward for a gain of a couple. Well, looked like there was going to be no gain on that play, but as he fell forward, thanks to some help from Justin Aborby, he gets a couple.
And being 6'6", that doesn't hurt either.
Sure.
He tried to get the ball to Moss on the perimeter, but we had shut that down, and it would have resulted in a loss had he pitched that ball.
Aggies 0 for 1 on third down attempts. They're 0 for 1 on fourth down attempts as well. The Bama defense bending but not breaking on the Aggies' first drive. Now third down and right at 3. They've got to get to the 34, the Crimson Tide. 2 men make it 3 wide right to the formation. Johnson will look down the left sideline. He's got a man. Back shoulder pass is complete inside the 10. Evan Stewart, talented wideout, making the grab. They'll spot him right at the 6. So another big gain for A&M there. 33 yards. That's after a 31-yard connection on their previous drive.
Yeah, and he had beat Kool-Aid McKinstry off the line as well. If that ball had been thrown over the top, it might have been a touchdown as well. But thank goodness it was a back shoulder.
See if Bama's defense can bow up once again. First and goal from the Alabama 6. Moss again in the backfield to the left of Johnson. 2 wideouts right, a tight end offset to the right side. Play action. Johnson forced to scramble, unloads it. Catch made, but for a loss of a yard on the play. It was Jake Johnson making the grab. He got wrapped up very rapidly on that play.
And Deontay Lawson is the one that shot the gap and applied the pressure to Max Johnson and forced that ball out quick.
Kool-Aid McKinstry made the hit, where again they lose a half yard on the play. Back outside the 6 now. It's second and goal from right there. 2 wideouts right, 1 left. Tied into the right with Moss in the backfield. Handoff goes to him, trying to fight forward, and is going to be brought down around the 4-yard line. Reuben Owens, is the man with the carry there.
play your position. Deontay Lawson, he was in charge of Max Johnson on the quarterback keeper. He recognizes he doesn't have the ball. He pursues downhill and is able to hit Moss from the backside.
And you're right, partner. It was Moss after all. Let's see now on 3rd and goal what the Aggies choose to do from their own 5-yard line. Coming off late for Alabama's Damon Payne. As the Tide has its 11 out there, trying to stop the same number for the Aggies. Johnson, shotgun snap, looking with time, pressure coming, fires, incomplete. He had him ahead, but it was beyond the reach of the intended receiver, and heavy pressure from Alabama forced him to fire a bullet towards Aniyah Smith. Couldn't make the grab. Tim Smith was the man breathing down the neck, literally, of quarterback Max Johnson. The Aggies will have to settle for a field goal try.
Well, that's a win because that was a missed opportunity for Max Johnson and Texas A&M offense. They had an open receiver with balls just thrown too high. And a lot of it had to do with the pressure that Chris Braswell was able to apply.
Randy Bond, the junior from Plano, Texas, trying what will be a 22.5-yard field goal from the near hash. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up, and it is good. And the Aggies get on the board first. But, man, this one easily could be 14-0. Instead, it's a 3-0 Texas A&M lead. 5:34 remaining. Opening quarter from Aggie Land here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Get your game face on and roll Tide with Shoe Station. As a proud sponsor of Alabama football, Shoe Station is the place to shop for game day style and trends. With a store in Tuscaloosa, 2 convenient locations in Birmingham, and stores all over the Gulf Coast, you can score big with our massive assortment of men's, women's, and kids' shoes from all the top brands. Check out shoestation.com/Bama today to shop game day ready shoes. Shoestation.com/Bama.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2023 Toyota RAV4 LE for $319 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 31st, 2023. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3618 due at sign. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fee. See dealer for details.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
3-0 Texas A&M leads Alabama with 5:34 left to go in the first quarter here at Kyle Field. All reports from the sideline this season are brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for Station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Seven plays, 39 yards, 3 minutes, 15 seconds coming off the game clock. Randy Bond's 22-yard field goal officially giving Texas A&M a 3-0 lead as we welcome you back. You heard from Roger Hoover moments ago. I'm Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts. 5:34 on the first quarter game clock. Bama with 1 possession and 1 yard of total offense. A&M with 2 possessions, 95 yards of total offense thus far. Kendrick Law, the deep man for Alabama, waiting on the kick from Randy Bond. He will approach the football and swings the right foot into it. And Law will field it 5 yards deep. He's going to bring it out. Gets it to the 5, to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. Still on his feet, 25. Still on his feet and down to the 30-yard line. A nice return on the part of Kendrick Law for Alabama. The Crimson Tide starts off in good field position from their own 31st and 10 right now.
Boy, that was a big return, and one you're kind of scratching your head going, hey, let's just take this thing out to the 25, and thank goodness no penalties there on the return as well.
35 yards that he ran it, but 30 is the line of scrimmage for Alabama. Jace McClellan again in the backfield alongside, or check that, Roydell Williams, excuse me, is in the backfield To the left of quarterback Jalen Milroe, operating out of the pistol formation. Gets the snap from McLaughlin, hands it out. Williams will stretch across the 30 and gets maybe a foot. Second and 9.5, excuse me. As Shamar Stewart gets credit for the stop. Actually, they're going to say no gain as they put the ball right back on the 30-yard line. So 2nd and 10, 2 wideouts left. The tight end Dupree will come in tight to the left side. 2 wideouts also to the right side of the formation. Milroe on play action. First attempt of the day. Gets a deep ball. He's got a man down there. And Burton, jump ball, makes the grab. Was he in bounds? Let's see. Yes, he was. What a catch from Alabama's Jermaine Burton. Went up in traffic, brought it down at the 25 of the Aggies. First down of the game brought to you by ATIX. Let ATIX be your ticket connection to all the Alabama games. ATIX is the ticket. Wow. From the 30 down to the 25-yard line, 45 yards, Butch tells me, on the pickup, and Alabama setting up shop in Aggie territory, down 3-0, but with 4.5 to go in the first quarter. Handoff will go to Williams. He will fight forward, stays on his feet down to the 22-yard line. A good first down gain, setting up 3rd and about 6 before Damani Richardson, the DB, steps up to bring him down.
Now C.J. Dupree comes back into the game, getting a little heavier up front. But see right there, where you get a big first down, you go right back run between the tackles. Defensive line a little bit tired. Now you can lean on them and create some holes.
2.5, maybe 3 yards, as they'll spot it at the 22. Milroe again with Williams in the backfield. 2 wideouts left, a tight end. 2 of them to the right side. Play action, Milroe forced out of the pocket, throws it away, and that's a good decision, Tyler. Setting up now 3rd down and 8.
There's no foul for intentional grounding. There's no foul for intentional grounding. The quarterback was outside the tackle box. 3rd down.
Good decision, and we talked about the need for those in this hostile environment.
It is so important, and Jalen Milroe doing a good job of not losing yardage, rather, because this is still a manageable 3rd down. You get close enough, you may consider going forward on 4th down.
Alabama operating from the near hash. Looks like Benson to the near side of the field. Roydale Williams in the backfield. 3 wideouts stacked to the left side. They've got to get to the 15 to get the first. Milroe waiting on the snap, gets it. With time, fires, man there, dropped. Burton was there, had it in his hands, and dropped the football. He had some coverage there. I think it was Damani Richardson, maybe Josh Dewberry, the corner, was the guy there applying some pressure, but that's one that Jermaine probably could have brought in.
Could have. I think he did have it in his hands, and I think Dewberry just knocked it away there right as he was going out of bounds to force the incomplete. But because you didn't take the sack on 2nd down, much more manageable field goal opportunity.
Will Riker trying it from 39 yards. The hold from Burnup, the snap from Nealon Hibbett. Snap, spot, and kick are all completed, and perfectly done so. Will Riker boots it through from 39 yards, and we are tied with 3:31 to go in the first quarter. 3-3 is our score here in College Station. Alabama, Texas A&M on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Rob Vaughn, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm Tyler Watts. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
In the beginning was Daytona.
Here we go.
The birthplace of speed. The launch pad of legends. The great American race. Every driver looking to be remembered. Every fan looking for something they'll never forget.
Daytona 500 at Daytona International Speedway, February 18th, 2024. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
A 39-yard field goal from Will Reichert has tied the score at 3 between Alabama and Texas A&M with 3 minutes, 31 seconds left to go in the first quarter. That field goal capped the Bromberg scoring drive for Alabama. 6 plays, 49 yards. It took only a minute 56 off the clock as Alabama's even the score at Kyle Field.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Tyler Watts, Alabama didn't get the full result they wanted, but got points.
Yeah, answering points is always important. You got the explosive play. You got a trip into the red zone. You didn't take a sack. That was a very productive offensive drive for Alabama. The biggest thing is throwing the ball up top. That creates a little bit of cushion there in that secondary, and now gives them something to think about.
Ruben Owens, the deep man for Texas A&M, as Will Reichert gets ready to approach the football and kick things off for the second time. 3:31 to go in this first quarter. A short kickoff that is going to bounce. It'll hit off of one Aggie into the hands of another, and he'll get wrapped up and brought down at around the 20-yard line. Boy, Tyler, that kick was so short, it makes you think, or at least hope, that it was by design.
Well, and he is kicking into the wind. What wind there is.
Yeah, about 10 miles per hour.
Maybe that thing got high enough to actually be affected.
Boy, it took an Aggie bounce, though. Not sure who it was that actually came up with a football, but Anais Smith, Butch tells me, is the man who did make the grab as the regular deep man couldn't get to it. So Amari Daniels, is in the backfield now to the left of Max Johnson. They'll bring a man in motion to the left side, and they'll hand it off. Daniels to the right. Nowhere to go. Gets stacked up maybe a yard before Tim Smith met it and then rode him towards the boundary. I think they're going to say no gain on that play, keeping it right around the 20-yard line.
Well, you know who did an outstanding job was Jamarian Latham. He just forced his guy down the line of scrimmage, didn't give up any yardage, and forced that ball to continue to be bounced to the outside, but there was nowhere to go.
Well, they did give him a yard and a half, maybe even 2. 2nd and 8, we'll call it, as they spot it now just shy of the 22-yard line. Snap goes to Johnson. Pressure coming up the middle. Pass is going to be incomplete. Boy, that is a great job
Somebody there
by Alabama to deliver the hit. And let's see, Tyler, was it over the head of a receiver?
There's no foul for intentional grounding. Number 1 of the offense was in the area. 3rd down.
Just one of those. He was in the vicinity. He wasn't in the area.
Deontay Lawson. If it was a hand grenade, he may have caught some shrapnel, but he wouldn't have taken a direct hit. Deontay Lawson was the man who applied that direct hit to the quarterback. Back. In Max Johnson. Only 1 of 3 on 3rd downs are the Aggies so far. They've got 3rd and about 8+ on this one. Bama showing pressure. Only one guy with a hand in the dirt in Aboigbe. Everybody else rushing. Almost got him with Turner. Now he'll flush to the left side, trying to cut it back. He's going to get hit at the 25, down at the 26. That's going to be shy of the first down. Terrion Arnold stacked him up until help could arrive. Boy, Arnold at 6 feet was taking on the 6'6" quarterback who had a head of steam, but he held his ground until the cavalry could show up.
Yeah, Dallas Turner did an excellent job dipping outside and forcing Max Johnson to the perimeter. Almost got a hand on him. And then Justin Aboigbe, all he could do was really reach out. He was the guy that was looping around for containment. But heck of a job forcing a punt here.
Nick Constantinu will punt for the Aggies. 52-yard average last week on 2 kicks. 44 on the season as Kool-Aid stands back around his own 31. The left-footed kick is a high spiraling kick that Kool-Aid will fair catch, drop, and then fall on. We've got a flag down before the ball was ultimately corralled. Let's see what we've got here. Flag came from back around the 25-yard line as the crew will talk this one over. Still talking it.
Number 9 of the kicking team went out of bounds on his own and came back. 5-yard penalty will be tacked on from the dead ball spot. First down.
So Bama picks up 5 yards out of that play, which didn't look real good. It's second time I think that Kool-Aid's put it on the deck this year. This one was more of a routine fair catch situation than the other one. But Bama's football nonetheless, and after the 5-yard step-off, they've got it right around the 34, their own 34-yard line. Jace McClellan is back in the game. He's in the backfield, too. The left side of quarterback Jalen Milroe, the Katy, Texas native. Third-year sophomore at 6'2", 220. Milroe's 1 of 3, but the one was a 45-yard connection on the last drive. Play action. Plenty of time. Looking deep again. Burton trying to shake free. Same spot. Can't get the same result. Boy, he had a jump ball situation, was battling there with Josh DeBerry, the corner. This time he couldn't bring it in, but they were absolutely step for step with each other, and the jump ball's now 50-50 in that regard.
Yeah, but you still threw it down there, and there was a lot of tugging going on down the sideline as well as Jermaine Burton was trying to get loose.
Kobe Prentice wide left with Jace McClellan. Burton will go in motion to the left side. Ball's bobbled into the hands of McClellan, who will try to stretch to the right side. And Tyler, I don't know if that play was going to gain any yardage anyway, but when it got bobbled, it threw the timing off, and they lose 2 on the play.
Well, when we put Jermaine Burton in motion, going across the formation away from where we ran the ball, there was no one to block DeBerry. So once he sees no receivers coming out, he comes up heavy and run support. It was intended to go off tackle. Once it's bounced out, though, it's not going to have any success.
So 3rd down and about a dozen. They've got to get all the way to the 44. Their own 44. They're setting up around their 32. Milroe waiting on the snap. 3 wideouts in formation. Single setback. Snap coming. Pass thrown. Catch made. Burton. First down. Move the sticks for the Crimson Tide. That's a bank first. First down for Alabama into Aggie territory at the A&M 48-yard line.
I think we got a matchup that's very favorable right now that Tommy Rees has found. Jermaine Burton is absolutely wearing out Josh DeBerry. He's able to gain a step on the deep passes and create separation on some of the outs.
21-yard pickup on the throw and catch there to move the sticks. Second first down for Alabama on the day. Clock ticking under 30 seconds to go right now. Actually, it's at 31 as Bama's probably going to be guilty of another false start.
False start. Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Just got to lean a little quick. And now you can understand now. He's got his hands full over there with Shamar Turner.
And he is Caden Proctor. And you talked about him leaning. Well, at 6'7", 360, you're going to see the freshman lean at any moment. 17 seconds and ticking time left in the quarter as Alabama operates on 1st and 15. Milroe keeping it himself. He'll stretch forward, gets back to the line of scrimmage, but no more. Edgerrin Cooper with the stop. Well, what's the final play of this opening quarter of action in College Station? Through 15 minutes, we hadn't decided a thing. It's still 3-3. Alabama and Texas A&M doing battle here at Kyle Field on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Mario fue pintor más de 30 años. Cuando me dijo que se le estaban olvidando las cosas, fue difícil. Un día me dijeron que pintara el marco del lado por dentro y pinté el lado de afuera.
Yo le di a la gente que le diga a su familia lo que está pasando con él.
Si algo se nota diferente, podría ser Alzheimer. Es momento de hablarlo. Visita alz.org/nuestras historias para saber más. Un mensaje de The Alzheimer's Association y The Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind, like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
And your scores are presented live this afternoon by the folks at Alabama Power, proud to support the Crimson Tide. I'm Brian Houseworth. Florida is now leading Vanderbilt by a score of 7-0. LSU comes from behind 22 fourth-quarter points against Missouri. They end up winning their game. We'll have a lot of highlights on that. A big win for Brian Kelly. And right now, second quarter, UCLA is leading number 13 Washington State. Score right now 6-3. Let's send you back to College Station. Take it away, Roger Hoover.
Thank you so much, Brian. The first quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida. Offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit KnoxPest.com. Knox knocks them out. So far, a pair of field goals, one for Texas A&M, one for Alabama, making it a 3-3 score as we get ready to start the second quarter. Today's game is presented by Beatbox, the original party punch. 9 delicious flavors, non-carbonated, and resealable. Be the MVP of your next game day tailgate with Beatbox as we continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Again, brought to you by Alabama Credit Union. Feel good about your money.
Crimson Tide starting this second quarter of action against an Aggie team that, like Alabama, sits at 4-1 overall, 2-0 in Southeastern Conference play. And Tyler White, your thoughts on what we've seen in the first 15 minutes?
We've seen Texas A&M be awfully aggressive on the offensive side and move the ball, but only come away with 3 points. That's huge. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do between the 20s. It's what you do in the red zone, and the Alabama defense has played outstanding. We found some favorable matchups offensively. Now we just have to exploit them and turn some of these very promising drives into touchdowns.
After the 5-yard loss, second and 15. Pistol formation with McClellan to the right side of Milroe. Now an empty set as he goes in motion left. Bama looking deep again. Got a man wide open. Bond catch at the 5 into the end zone. Touchdown Alabama. Isaiah Bond, 52 yards on the strike from Jalen Milroe, and Alabama has taken now a 9-3 lead.
And I'm not sure if it was Jacoby Matthews or Bryce Anderson for Texas A&M, but one of them absolutely let Isaiah Bond go wide open downfield. There was nothing intrinsic about the route. It was just a little stutter and go, but he just got lost in coverage.
Reichert on to try the extra point from the hold of Burnham. The snap from Nealon Hibbett. Snap and spot and kick. All perfect. And Alabama takes a 10-3 lead thanks to Bond. Isaiah Bond here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Some people just know that a perfect football field is all about the details. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate. Take the head groundskeeper, for example.
Hands at 10 and 2. 90-degree turns, perfect stripes every time.
He knows, because he's done this 100 times. Just like he knows that paying attention on the road can save safe drivers 40% with Allstate.
Saving 40% is based on the national average premium savings for Allstate auto customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
A caring man took a walk. He saw people suffering. Anxiety ran high. Hatred rose. I'll prepare a feast and bring them together, he thought. But some refused to join him. He was heartbroken because he wanted everyone to be filled. Not with food and wine, but with compassion.
Jesus welcomed all to the table. Visit HeGetsUs.com to learn more.
only 9 seconds deep into the second quarter. Still 14:51 to go before halftime. It's Alabama with a 10-3 lead against Texas A&M. Saw that 52-yard touchdown pass from Milroe to Bond to cap the Bromberg scoring drive in 5 plays, 66 yards. It took 2:06 off of the clock. Also across the conference, presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC. Proud partner in the Alabama Crimson Tide. It's Missouri suffering its first loss of the season as LSU was able to rally for 22 points, outscoring the Tigers 22-7 in the fourth quarter. A 10-point victory for LSU at Mizzou.
Tyler Watts, Alabama throws the deep ball very effectively with Jalen Milroe at quarterback. And we said coming in, if they could give him time, it could be fun today. So far, we have seen just that.
Ball's thrown on time. That's how Miami absolutely lit up this Texas A&M defense, was when their offensive line provided enough time to push the ball down the field.
Will Reichard's kickoff will travel into the end zone. It'll be fielded there by Smith, and he'll return it across the 10 up to the 20, and then he gets wrapped up. Reuben Owens actually is the man stacked up there by Alabama, and the Tide will force the Aggies to take it over. Jahad Campbell, Quandarius Robinson look to be there as well for Alabama in coverage, and they've done a good job of making sure the Aggies start inside the 25-yard line.
Last 2 possessions they have.
They'll start it from right at their own 21. Le'Veon Moss in the backfield alongside quarterback Max Johnson. They've got 3 wideouts to the left, 1 to the right side, which is the near side of the field for us. Johnson will have a tight end come in to the left side. Low snap, picks it up, looking, plenty of time, goes across the middle, catch is made across midfield into Bama territory and spun down at the 46-yard line. Aniyah Smith making the grab for a big first down pickup for Texas A&M as they answer right back.
When Steve Sarkisian was our offensive coordinator, we saw this play over and over. Just a deep crosser, takes a lot of time, and Malachi Moore just didn't go with his guy. He was wide open.
33-yard pickup. They've had 3 plays now in excess of 30 yards in this first half. Have the Aggies. Moss in the backfield behind the quarterback Johnson, who operates out of the pistol formation. Handoff to him. Moss gets stacked up, backed up, driven back as the whistle blows. Terrion Arnold, a great job of coming up from his quarterback position and making the hit. Well, we don't think of the corners as tacklers, but Terrion Arnold's had a couple of big hits so far this first half.
When your receiver goes downhill to block and you have no responsibility in the passing game, you got to be able to come up and help out in the run stop. These corners for Alabama have done a nice job of that all season long. Very aggressive along the offensive line.
A gain of 1. Johnson and Ryder, the tight ends for A&M, 1 to each side. They've got a wideout to each side of the formation as well. Johnson walking up to the line of scrimmage as the play clock's under 5, down to 3, and a timeout called by Jimbo Fisher as he saw the play clock, just as Jim Carabin and Butch Owens did, who were signaling to me that it was getting down under 3 seconds. And A&M will use a timeout, and we'll take the break as well. 13:32 left to go here in the opening half of play from College Station. We got a 10-3 score. Good guys on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you live in SEC country, you feel it everywhere you go. The traditions and rivalries surround you. As much as you celebrate the game, Regions celebrates your financial wins even more. And like SEC fans, we'll never quit. Because in an SEC world, we're the SEC Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song! I love these nachos. I love our kickball league! Ugh! I love this guy! What's your name? You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Alabama 10, Texas A&M 3 with still 13:32 left to go before halftime. Big shout out to the awesome team at Big Mike's Steakhouse for taking care of all of us this season. Thank you to Big Mike, Scott, Kane, Michael, Brad, and the entire staff for their great food and warm Southern hospitality. With locations in Thomasville, Andalusia, along with Auburn, Gunnersville, Orange Beach, and Mountainville, you're always close to a Big Mike's. Visit online at BigMikeSteakhouse.com.
Texas A&M with a football operating from the Alabama 43-yard line. Le'Veon Moss in the backfield for actually an empty set now as he goes wide to the left. They've got one wide out right. Max Johnson, the quarterback, the lefty, getting the shotgun snap, looking, stepping up, going down. Brought down at the 49-yard line of Alabama. The Crimson Tide's Justin Aboigbe recording the first sack of the game for the Crimson Tide, and each sack brought to you by Guthrie's. 18 now on the season. Bama sack count presented by Guthrie's Golden Fried Chicken Fingers, and Alabama tailgate tradition.
Boy, it's a good feeling when you can get home with just 4 rushers. And right now, Alabama getting a great push up front.
1 of 3 on third down so far is Texas A&M, and they've got third and about 13 from the Alabama 48. Johnson stepping up in the pocket, scrambling to his left, being chased, fires a pass near the boundary, but it is incomplete. Ainias Smith, the intended receiver, but coverage there from Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry. Jamarian Latham was making life miserable for Max Johnson as the 6'3", 275-pounder from Reform, Alabama, was chasing him down.
Boy, an excellent job by that Alabama defense, though, forcing the punt here. Get a touchdown, give up one explosive play, but then force a punt, turn the ball right over.
Nick Constantino, 1 punt, 49 yards so far. The left-footed kick, end under end. Fair catch called for by Kool-Aid. Watches this one sail out of bounds. Let's see where they eventually stop. They will. The officials will at the Alabama 16-yard line. Only 32 yards on that punt, so the Tide will have it 1st and 10 and should be very, very confident. What do you look to see early, play calling wise, from Tommy Rees and the Alabama offense?
I think that there's going to be an opportunity to work the ball across the middle in the passing game, and then in the running attack, go north and south. I think we're trying to get to the edge too much. It's being slowed down and allowing that secondary to come up and help. We got to find a way to create enough spacing by formation or something to create some gaps and run vertical.
Killer Bees, Bond, and Burton go to the right side for Alabama with Roydell Williams in the backfield. To the right of Milroe, Robbie Utes, the tight end, to the left. Handoff will go to Williams. Gets hit as he crosses the 15 to the 16. Edgerrin Cooper is the weak side linebacker who stacked him up. A gain of a half yard, maybe 1, on the play for the Tide to the 16-yard line.
And the Texas A&M linebacking core, they just close up these holes that are forming so quickly by not overcommitting to a gap.
No gain officially on the play. Everybody bunched in, both sides. Pass comes near side. Burton tries to make a man miss, but is forced out of bounds after a gain of about 5.5, maybe even 6 or 7, as they spot that one around the 23-yard line. It'll be 3rd and very manageable upcoming, as Bama's 1 of 4 on third downs today.
I'd love to see him right there in those situations, though, where he just lower his shoulder and try and get a one-on-one against the defensive back, against Tyreek Chappelle. Just try to run him over and get 2 or 3 yards. Set a tone.
McClellan in the backfield to the left now of Milroe. 3 wide outs right, 1 to the left in Burton. Play clock down to 5 seconds. It's at 3. It's at 2, and Bama moved. Proctor tried to get the jumper. Check that. It wasn't Caden. I'm sorry. It was Elijah Pritchett.
Offense, number 57. 5-yard penalty, remains third down.
Pritchett, who was in for Proctor, couldn't hold his water right there. And Bama was getting late in the play clock, and he jumped.
And you got to take into consideration the environment that you're playing in. Now on the silent count, that tackle can't hear anything. He's having to look out of the corner of his right eye, but also keep his left eye on that defensive end. He has a lot on his hands. Try to get up there as quickly as you can and get the ball snapped.
Third, we'll call it 7 or 8. Play clock down to 5 again. Down to 3. Down to 1. They get the snap off. Milroe going down back inside the 10. Couldn't hold off the pressure very long, as finally Fadil Diggs is going to bring him down for the second sack of the game for the A&M defense, and Bama's going to have to punt this one away.
We got a late flag coming in.
See what we got. Conversation still going on. It was near the Bama sideline.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense, number 3, taunting. The penalty will be half the distance to the goal. Fourth down.
That is the
That
type
is number
of play.
3's first unsportsmanlike conduct penalty of the game.
It's unfortunate the type of penalty that Jermaine Burton can commit.
And it's not necessary.
Frustrate you.
Yeah, and it's not necessary. You're having to punt the ball. What is there to taunt?
So now you've got Burnip standing back in his own end zone. Gets the snap from Hibbett. Boots a beautiful missile all the way back to the 33. It's dropped and then picked up by Smith. He'll fight forward. He'll get to the left side, and we got a problem. Smith going down the left sideline. Bama trying to contain him. Cuts it back 25. Still on his feet. Brought down finally at the 22-yard line. But a great returning. Boy, Burnip is grabbing his hamstring as well as he moves toward the sideline. We'll keep an eye on that later, but a flag is down all the way over on the A&M sideline back at the 33-yard line. 62-yard punt, 45-yard return.
Texas A&M. It is their first of the game. First down.
Considering where that came from, I figured that was all it was, but the well-being of that hamstring on James Burnip is what I'm most concerned about, even more so than the line of scrimmage, which is at the Bama 22.
Yeah, and it's one where he outkicks his coverage, but because the return guy dropped the ball, we had guys in position. They just didn't maintain discipline in their tackling.
Well, Burnip goes into the medical tent from Andrews Sports Medicine as Le'Veon Moss is in the backfield to the right of Max Johnson. It's a 10-3 Bama lead with 10:05 to go in the second quarter here in College Station. Play action to Moss. Johnson looking. He's got a tight end wide open at the goal line. Makes the catch into the end zone. Touchdown. Jake Johnson catching a touchdown pass from his brother for the second time this year, and flags come in the end zone, probably taunting on Texas A&M after they called the same penalty on Alabama a few moments ago. The touchdown will stand. You had Bama and A&M players there. Jimbo's mad. There's a shot.
The result of the play is a touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense number 13, defense number 13. Correction, it's offense number 19. Those fouls will cancel off. Extra point.
I don't think Malachi Moore should have been flagged in that at all.
Jake Johnson made the catch, and he and Malachi apparently exchanged not so pleasantries and got flagged. Both sides, those are offsetting. So the extra point attempt upcoming from Randy Vaughn, trying to tie it up at 10. with 9:57 to go in this second quarter. His kick is up, and that one is good, and we are deadlocked at 10 apiece. So A&M with a long kickoff return from Anias Smith, or the punt return, I should say, excuse me, off the foot of the Tide's James Burnip. And the bigger question is Burnip okay? It looked like his hamstring got tweaked on that play. We'll check on that and more when we come back here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Important reminder, don't delay emergency care, especially for signs of life-threatening and severe illness and injury such as stroke, heart attack, trauma, and more. Ascension St. Vincent's ER care teams work quickly and listen to understand your health needs and deliver the care that's right for you and your family. Doctors and nurses are here for you 24/7, close to home. And you'll be connected to leading specialists and trusted providers for follow-up care. Visit ascension.org/St. Vincent's AL Care.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and on the Casinoverse app.
9:57 left to go in the second quarter. It's Alabama and Texas A&M all even at 10. Bama fans, after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue, now with 16 locations, always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. Join us coming up for the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. That's when I will play the role of our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Again, brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection.
With all due respect, we are giving up some size and speed when we go to you after Christian Miller. There is no question about that. But Tyler Watts, Alabama really had a bad sequence right there. You got a 10-3 lead. You got the momentum, but you give up yardage offensively. You go the wrong direction. Then a penalty at the end of it, and then the punt return, a good one by A&M, sets up a short field.
Yeah, you got to play with your head on your shoulders first and foremost, and then do a good job of not losing where the ball is and tackling, because that flipped the field tremendously. And you're in a position right there where you can shoot for the end zone a couple of times with a little gimmicky play action where you slide the tight end, you roll towards him, slide the tight end back across the formation. He just kind of got lost, a lot like Isaiah Bond did. Tight end Johnson just got lost in coverage.
Roydale Williams now back for Alabama, along with Kendrick Law. And the kickoff upcoming from Bond. Randy Bond kicking it towards the end zone and through it. It'll be a touchback, and Alabama will have it 1st and 10. Operating from their own 25-yard line. 9:57 to go in the second quarter. Ton of time left, obviously, Tyler, but you get the feeling Bama needs to do something offensively just to get a little more momentum going.
You know what the biggest thing they need to do, though, is just not have false starts and self-inflicted penalties. That's the biggest thing they need to overcome right now. They're having success in their schemes and what they're wanting to do. They're moving the ball at times. Had a lot of chunk plays, and when you have chunk plays, you can run the ball between the tackle. But the penalties have been killing us.
At least 4 procedure penalties so far on the Crimson Tide. Operating for the pistol formation is Jalen Milroe. He will go play action. He will dump it off to McClellan over his head, incomplete. That's maybe not the worst thing that could have happened. Well, I take it back. It would have been forward progress down to the 30 if he'd been able to make the catch, but he had coverage there on the part of the Aggies there right on him in Torian York, the linebacker.
But that's one you can dial up, because you also had Knoblack dragging across the formation as well, who was wide open. So I think that he hits McClellan in stride. He catches that and is able to run for a positive gain.
9:52 the time on the clock, second quarter. 10-10 ball game. Bama with the football, operating from their own 25 on 2nd and 10. Milroe with time across the middle. It is going to be in and out of the hands of Amari Knoblack. Boy, that was just a tad too high. But one again that Knoblack will tell you he probably should have brought in. Not a terrible throw again, but second time incomplete.
But he's going to get hit as he catches this ball, so it's one that has to be thrown where it needs to be. Hit the guy between the shoulder pads and down so that he can secure it and advance it for a first down. There's 2 high passes by Jalen Milroe.
So third down and 10 now from the 25. Niblack comes in tight to the left side. You got 2 wideouts to the right, 1 man left. Flag coming in before the snap. Another one against Bama.
Yeah.
False start. Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
It's not just one guy struggling. That's the right tackle, J.C. Latham. What do we got, Butch? 4 or 5 procedure penalties? 4. Mr. Owens tells me.
Please reset the game clock to 9 minutes, 46 seconds. 9-4-6.
They do indeed reset it to that number.
Benson's going to have a one-on-one opportunity.
3 wideouts stacked to the right side. They show pressure from the right edge. Milroe with time will bounce it to the right side. Now stepping it up. It's going to be brought down back around the 13-yard line. 3rd sack of the game by the A&M defense. And Milroe's elusive, but even he can't outrun that rush from Texas A&M.
It's just too much yardage to have to be able to overcome. Plays are taking too long to develop. And when you're able to only rush 4 guys and still get home, it makes it a long day because there's just nowhere to go with the ball.
So Will Reichard on to punt now for the Crimson Tide for the first time. With Burnup still out with that injury. Anaya Smith comes on. They rush him. They run into him. And I don't blame Will for wanting a flag that didn't come. They ran into him, made contact. The official stood there and watched at it. Reichard didn't go down, but he definitely got run into. And that's a bad no call on the part of the officials after a 40-yard punt from Will Reichard. Not really sure what he's looking at to not make the call right there, as with 9:01 to go in this second quarter. Still a 10-10 game. We've got timeout on the field. Aggies will have it from their own 47 when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
On the weekends, some folks like to step up their game, like bringing home Jack's Fan Faves value meal. Jack's 6-piece chicken nuggets, mac and cheese, and a drink for just $5.99. The fresh, hand-breaded, all-white meat chicken is a catch in itself. Try them with our handmade sauces. Score our Fan Faves value meal for just $5.99. It's quite a haul. Download the Jack's app and order online at eatatjacks.com.
With Roger Hoover heading down to the field where he will be our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter at the half. I'm Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts. Butch Owens is our spotter. The man who handles our Facebook Live feed from here in the booth is Ethan Carabin. Tom Stite is our engineer and producer here in College Station, Texas. Jerry Kelly, our studio engineer. Brian Houseworth providing our scoreboard updates throughout the course of our ball game. And, of course, the Vice President, General Manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network is Jim Carabin. A&M will have the football operating from their own 47. 10-10 score, 9:01 remaining in the second quarter of play. It's been a seesaw affair. Aggies took the 3-0 lead. Bama answered. Tide went on top 10-3. And now the Aggies have the lead and some momentum with great field position from their own 47-yard line. Play action. Max Johnson looking downfield. will dump it off, and that one is going to be dropped. He had his man around the 25, but losing the football was Moose Muhammad III in his hands and out with Terrion Arnold closing in on it.
Well, and I don't think they accounted for where Terrion Arnold was going to be. I don't think they thought he was going to be in the play at all, but he closed in hard, and it's almost like Moose Muhammad heard footsteps knowing that he was going to get hit.
Bama was going to have a chance to pick that one. Then looked like Arnold was going to make the grab, and instead neither occurred, as it'll be 2nd and 10 from their own 47. Johnson will hand it off. Le'Veon Moss trying to stretch forward. Gets to about the 48. A gain of a couple they'll give him to the 49, actually. 3rd down from there, as Tim Smith will get credited with the stop. The Aggies 1 of 5 on 3rd downs today.
Fresh set comes back in as well here on 3rd down. Got Chris Braswell as well as Dallas Turner back out on the field.
2 wideouts left, 2 right for A&M. Single setback once again appears to be Moss. Johnson waiting on the pistol formation snap. Gets it. Straight drop. Pressure coming. Fires a pass across the middle and incomplete, and a flag's going to come in. They're going to call pass interference on the Crimson Tide. And Tyler, I think you believe that a man just fell.
Pass interference. Defense, number 6. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. 1st down.
They'll whistle Alabama's Jalen Key for pass interference at the 42 of Texas A&M, and it will indeed be a 1st down. Tough break there.
Yeah, there was contact as he was coming out of his break.
So from the Bama 42, A&M with 1st and 10. They bring a man in motion to the back of the formation. They'll hand it off left side, and riding away forward for about 3 or 4 is Reuben Owens. Freshman running back, 6 feet, 200 pounds. Malachi Moore gets the stop.
He's also slow coming up. That ankle that he injured earlier, I think, has bothered him again.
Oh, man, and he's going to go down right between the hashes around the 33-yard line, and he is in a lot of pain. Well, we've already lost James Burnham on what appeared to be a hamstring injury. Don't know that definitively, but that's what he was holding as he tried to help on kick coverage. And speaking of such, we check in with our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Roger Hoover.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yes, James Burnham is being treated for a lower body injury. He was just taken into the locker room for further evaluation, so let's see how that goes before making a determination on whether he can return or not, but it is a lower body injury for Burnham.
Thank you so much. And again, that is the terminology that's normally used, at least in game, when you get the official word. And again, Alabama trying to keep A&M from breaking a 10-10 tie, as Malachi Moore, Tyler, is being helped off the field, and that is not a good sign either.
No, and I'm not sure if he just got rolled up there making the tackle or what, but he is not putting any weight on that leg.
The timeout brought to us by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. So, with Malachi, the senior from Hewitt-Trussville High School near Birmingham, being helped off the field, Trey Amos will come on to replace him.
And Trey in the dime package has gotten a lot of work, so he has some plays under his belt as well, but not near the experience as what Malachi Moore brought.
So 2nd down and 7 upcoming for A&M inside the Bama 40. We'll call it the 38. Running backs to either side of Johnson, operating from the pistol. 2 wideouts right, 1 left. He will hand it off, and that's going to be a loss on the play. Great job swarming there. Terry and Arnold will get the stop, but he had a lot of help in bringing down, I believe, Amari Daniels.
And Dallas Turner's the one that made this play here. He fought off a block and able to wrap up. He wasn't able to bring him down, but that forced a loss here. This is a great opportunity for this Alabama defense to get off the field, though.
Correct myself. Ruben Owens on the carry, but he loses yardage on the play back to the original line of scrimmage, which will be the Aggies 43. Single setback to the left of Johnson. 3 wide outs right. Looking downfield, pressure coming. Pass is complete. Muhammad inside the 30. Muhammad has a first down, and he trips up as he goes across the 25. And the chance of Moose coming from the faithful here at Kyle Field as he gets to the 24-yard line. Another first down after an 18-yard pickup.
And we let them out of a hole right there. Now they're going to go fast.
2 third-down conversions on this drive by Texas A&M as Moss is in the backfield. He will carry it to the left side, cuts it back upfield, gets a couple before he is stacked up. Jaheim Otis, the first man to greet him for Alabama, as they'll spot him around the 22. Second and 8 now for A&M.
We've made it difficult for them running the football. They haven't gotten a lot of big chunk yardage in the running game. But just continue to go back to it and go back to it and try to wear us down.
Johnson surveying that line, the 2 tight end look that he has. Brings a man in motion to the right side. Tall sweep left side to Moss. Cuts it back 20 to the 15. Near the first down mark as he gets stacked up. Let's see where they spot him. It's either going to be 3rd and short or a first down. Tresman Marshall leading the way for Bama defensively, but not until they do get the needed yardage to move the sticks with the clock at 5:15 now. Clock ticking here late in the first half. 10-10 our score. Alabama and Texas A&M in College Station.
It's kind of an unorthodox play where you leave the defensive end unblocked and just do a little quick pitch outside of him. But because he has to honor the quarterback with the ball in his hands, it slows him down just a hair.
Stewart the wide out to the left. Moss the single setback. Play action. They want to throw to the short corner, the back shoulder, I should say. And the only guy there was the Bama DB. Couldn't quite bring it in. Kool-Aid McKinstry in coverage of Evan Stewart. That was almost a mistake. And if he's able to step in front in time, Tyler, that's going to be about a 95-yarder for a touchdown.
Oh, there was nobody there. And Max Johnson had to throw that ball awfully quick. I think that's why he got rid of it on the back shoulder. But as you mentioned, Evan Stewart was expecting the ball to come over the top, so he didn't even turn his head.
2 men in the backfield, 1 to either side of the quarterback, Max Johnson. They will hand it off, fighting forward to the 10-yard line, but no further than that is Le'Veon Moss, and it will be 3rd down upcoming. Well, let's see what the Aggies will do right here with the clock moving under 4.5 to go before intermission. Trying to break the 10-10 tie. Here in College Station, Texas, Bama will bring Christian Story in at free safety and also get another linebacker in Chris Braswell on the field.
Now Christian Story is on Noah Thomas, the big tall wide receiver.
Amari Daniels checks into the game for A&M in the backfield. Johnson looking, firing a pass across the middle. Catch is made, stacked up shy of the goal line, but enough for the first. Aggies will have 1st and goal right there. Muhammad chirping at Kool-Aid McKinstry after he makes his 2nd catch on the drive.
You know, and there's nothing. It's just a little in route right there. Was able to create some separation and get down inside the 1.
So on 1st and goal, Aggies will bring everybody bunched up. Moss will get the handoff. He'll work towards the goal line, spins in. Signal is up for a touchdown, and Texas A&M has taken a 16-10 lead. 3:23 remaining in this first half, and Texas A&M now answering a pair of Bama scores with 2 of their own. Touchdowns on their last 2 drives, giving them the 16-10 lead, trying to make it 17 now on the extra point try from Bond. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up. The kick is good as well. The Aggies have indeed made it a 17-10 ball game with 3:23 to go in the half. Tyler Watts, Alabama trailing as they were 3-0 in this ball game out of the gates, but defense gives up 2 big third down plays on that drive.
Yeah, that was key. You let them out of a hole twice. You know, dialed up the pressure package on the 3rd and 11, 3rd and 12 scenario. And what that does is that when you vacate your linebackers and bring them in formation, cleans up the picture in the secondary for the quarterback. He can see all the different levels and what's going on there. The passing lanes are clean and crisp for him as long as his offensive line. So if you're not getting home on the quarterback, he has a very good chance of having he has a clean pocket of stepping up and delivering a catchable ball, which he was able to do. Very frustrating there. And then the 3rd and 9. Or 3rd and 6 there, you just kind of got beat on a little in-route by Kool-Aid McKinstry, but you're still playing good defensively. You're making them earn everything now. Offense is where the struggles have been, though. We've got to find a way to get some first downs and not put so much pressure and give this defense an opportunity to rest for more than 3 plays.
It's only a 7-point lead, but Bama's defense has had to make some big stops. Don't forget, on the first 2 series, Texas A&M drove it inside the Alabama 25 twice and came away with only 3 points on their first drive of the game. They went for it on 4th and about a foot. Didn't get it. Tide turned them away on an incomplete pass.
So here you are. You got 3:23 left. You got an opportunity for a 2-for-1 because Alabama's going to get the ball coming out in the second half. Go into your 4-minute offense. The most important thing, though, get that first down. Get a little bit of confidence going again, and then you can work on moving the ball down the field and milking the clock at the same time.
Kendrick Law, Roydell Williams deep for Alabama. Kendrick will watch this one sail into the end zone and lets it go through the back, as that one will be a touchback, and the Tide will have it from their own 25. Plenty of time in 3:23 to go and 3 timeouts left for Alabama, but you also don't want to do what we saw Mississippi State do in a 17-10 ball game last week. That's give up a score, then turn it over.
Yeah. Or a 3 and out. Both of those are just non-acceptable.
So Milroe at quarterback again with Roydell Williams in the backfield with him. He's got a wide out to each side of the field. Jermaine Burton to the near side. Pass will come to Burton on the near boundary. He'll make the catch and then wisely gets out of bounds at the 37-yard line. Moved the sticks after a gain of 13. That play with the clock moving. 3:11. That's the rule change this year, is that even getting out of bounds and even on a first down outside of 2 minutes to go in the half, the clock does not stop. Man in motion to the right side for Alabama's Kobe Prentice. Looking, Milroe throws it over the top. He's got Burton. Catch is made out of bounds at around the 42-yard line. Get back to the huddle, Jermaine.
Boy, great throw, though, by Jalen Milroe. I mean, he put the ball on target, on time, which is a recipe for a reception. You can't defend that.
21 yards on the pickup there for the Crimson Tide. 2 wideouts right for Alabama as the game clock ticks down under 2:20 remaining in the half. Bama down 17-10 here in College Station. Milroe looking, dumps it off. Nice catch made in traffic. Prentice gets out of bounds, and he'll get about 5 yards. Clock does continue to move.
They did a really nice job of doing that. Bryce Anderson had him wrapped up for what would have been about a no gain had he tackled him. Kobe Prentice was able to elude that and pick up positive yardage.
A minute 54, 53, 52. The time left in the half. Bama at the 37-yard line of Texas A&M. Williams in the backfield to the left of Milroe. Jalen getting the snap, looking. Swings it out too high for Bond. He saw him but late and rushed the throw, and it was high, and it stops the clock with the incompletion with 1:39 to go in the half.
And this entire drive, A&M continues to bring 4 and 5 guys. They're trying to get to Jalen Milroe, but the offensive line is doing a really nice job. We're hitting them with a lot of crossers, and if that ball is thrown on time and lower, Isaiah Bond can run with it for a big gain.
Boy, first down would be so big right here, but you got 3rd and about 6. Reichard would be kicking into that 10-mile-per-hour wind if you tried a long one here. 3 wideouts right, play clock under 5. It's down to 3. Milroe, another false start from Bama. Or did they get a timeout first? False start.
Yeah.
Snap infraction. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
I didn't see it, Tyler. Did Seth go with a pump fake?
Just kind of,
flinched a little bit.
Double clutched it, probably. Double clutched it.
Good grief. 8 penalties in the half, and they've all been those 5-yard step-offs. Procedure or some variation of it. So backing it up, it's 3rd and 10 now from the Aggie 43. Milroe from the pistol, looking, stepping up, moving, zigging, zagging, going down right at the 45. 3rd sack by A&M in this first half. And Bama will have to punt it away. 4th sack, excuse me. Well, you're taking 1:15 plus off the clock, but you are having to give it back, and Will Reichard is on the punt once again. And let's see if they try to pressure him as they did last time. If you're just joining us, James Burnip went out with what appeared to be a hamstring injury in the first half. He has come out of the locker room, but not yet able to kick, apparently. Anaya Smith is deep, as the kick is a high, booming punt off the foot of Reichard, and it'll sail into the end zone for a touchback. 45 yards. Roger, you're down on the sidelines. What are you hearing about Malachi Moore?
Well, we just saw him be carted away from Alabama's sideline, taken out of the injury tent, go right back in the locker room for further evaluation. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for Station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Thank you to Roger Hoover for that Cooks Pest Control sideline report. A&M with it from their own 20. 43 seconds left to go in this first half. Bama runs a man off the field defensively late in Tresman Marshall. Got him off the field in time. Handoff for the Aggies will go to Le'Veon Moss, and he'll work forward to about the 23-yard line. 2nd and 7, and A&M doesn't appear to be in a rush right now. They got a 7-point lead. Bama will get the ball first to begin the second half, and they're very content, it appears, Tyler, to get to the locker room without making a mistake and giving Bama a chance to get on the board before intermission. Final 11 seconds will tick away. Yeah, they're not resetting the game clock. So that's going to be the final snap of the first half. And Roger Hoover down on the field waiting to talk with the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide, Coach Nick Saban, catching up with Roger now.
Coach, your thoughts on the first half?
Well, we didn't play very well. We talked about having, poise, in an environment like this to be able to go execute, play with confidence. We obviously got way too many penalties, put us in bad position offensively on 3rd down especially. So we just need to play better. We need to play with more confidence. We need to play with more poise. 3 or 4 times we don't get off the field on 3rd down on defense where we can stop drives. So we got to get all that fixed.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Roger. Thank you to Golden Flake. They present Nick Saban at the half. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. At the break, it's Texas A&M with a 17-10 lead over Alabama. Roger and more coming up here at the half on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Bob Baumhauer here to enjoy another great football season with y'all. And guess what? The salmon are running, so make sure you try our delicious lemon garlic salmon. And for you land lovers, try our sizzling char grilled flat iron Callaway steak complemented with our special shrimp etouffee. And you'll definitely want to tackle our Alabama hot chicken smothered in our zesty and tangy immune boosting special Alabama hot sauce. Baumhauer's legendary fun and legendary food.
Bama's football tradition includes 18 national championships and 29 SEC titles. Reminds me of another winning tradition, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You know, I have peace of mind knowing that my home is protected by Cook's and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Champions never give in. That's why Cadence Bank is the teammate to help you get the extra yardage you need to secure victory in your financial journey. Whether you're saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just need to tackle everyday life, we have the teammates, tools, and strategy to help you stay in the game. Dreams are in reach for those who never give up. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. That's cadencebank.com. Your team, your cadence. Cadence Bank, member FDIC.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by BASF, we create chemistry, and by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
At halftime, it's Texas A&M 17 and Alabama 10. Welcome back to Kyle Field. I'm Roger Cooper. The game stats and facts brought to you by Cadence Bank, your team and your cadence. We saw a field goal by Will Reichard and also a touchdown pass from Jalen Milroe to Isaiah Bond for Alabama's scoring. As again, the Aggies have a 7-point lead at halftime. The prescription for success in the second half is presented by Payless Drugs. Payless Drugs is your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can hand your prescriptions over-the-counter solutions and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. Prescription for success. Keep Jalen Milroe away from the strong Aggie defensive line, already affecting the quarterback with several sacks today. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Once again, the score, Texas A&M 17, Alabama 10 at halftime. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy, with only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Sometimes I just cannot believe all the storms we've gone through here. I can only hope that we'll be able to leave this house to you one day, baby. You're our legacy.
Planning for these disasters will make sure we're safe, and is the best way to protect that legacy.
protect your legacy. Visit ready.gov/plan for the tools and tips you need to start your emergency preparedness plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you here in studio. Our time is 4:12, and your halftime scoreboard is presented by the great folks at Alabama Power. Alabama Power is proud to support the Crimson Tide. We've got some halftime highlights for you coming up here in just a moment. It has been what we expected, a very physical football game. Special teams making a big difference right now, and A&M is leading number 11 Alabama by a score of 17-10 at the half at Kyle Field, which is the home of the 12th man. Let's get right to our scores right now. Many of you interested in this amazing shootout that was going on earlier today between 23rd ranked LSU, number 21 Missouri. And it literally went down to the wire. Mizzou led this ball game 32-27 in the fourth quarter. The Fighting Tigers coming from behind, though, with 22 fourth quarter points, and they go to a man that we all know, number 8, Malik Neighbors.
1st and 10, here's the snap. Pressure comes, Diggs there to pick it up. Throw on the run, waiting for it. Catch made at the 7-yard line, far side. Into the end zone, Malik Neighbors. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers.
That's how it sounded on the LSU Sports Network. Chris Blair on the call. Jaden Daniels accounted for 3 touchdowns in this ball game. LSU
calls for the snap, a little high but handle. Right up the middle, he will run. He will have the first down and then some. Inside the 25. Heads towards the numbers at the 10, the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. 35-yard run for Jaden Daniels with the rushing touchdown.
That's how it sounded again on LSU. Chris Blair there on the call. So Brian Kelly's Tigers improving to 4-2, 3-1 in the SEC as they beat Missouri 49-39. That was the first loss of the year for Mizzou. Florida beating Vanderbilt right now. That game is in the second quarter. 6.5 to play. It's 14-7 in the ball game. Seals has a touchdown for Vanderbilt. And, of course, we got some big games coming up a little bit later tonight. Arkansas and Ole Miss, that will be a 6:30 kickoff. You will notice Vaught Hemingway is going to be painted or basically striped red and powder blue. It looks fantastic. Rebels 706 yards of offense last week. Number 20 Kentucky, number 1 Georgia. They'll be playing tonight at Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium. That is a 6 o'clock kickoff tonight. ESPN will have the call with Sean McDonough. As far as Alabama earlier today, again, they're getting it done in so many ways offensively, but then giving up some big plays as well. Jalen Milroe really has the big throw early, as Nick Saban likes to go to the bomb.
Pistol formation with McClellan to the right side of Milroe. Now an empty set as he goes in motion left. Bama looking deep again. Got a man wide open. Bond catch at the 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Isaiah Bond, 52 yards on the strike from Jalen Milroe, and Alabama has taken now a 9-3 lead.
That's how it sounded right here on the CTSN. That was Chris Stewart on the call. Milroe, very impressive. And again, our score right now, A&M leading number 11 Alabama, 17-10. Alabama highlights, by the way, presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Hey, Tide fans, score a taste touchdown at your next tailgate with Hellman's. They're the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. Our scoreboard brought to you by Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama. Take a quick look at the top 25 when we come back right after this. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Just like the Crimson Tide, ServPro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, ServPro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama ServPro service location near you, simply click on servpro.com. ServPro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And once again, everyone, this is Brian Houseworth live in studio. Our time right now is 4:18, and your halftime scoreboard is presented live by the folks at Alabama Power. It is proud to support the Crimson Tide. Alabama Power is power for a better Alabama. Alabama is trailing unranked Texas A&M right now at the half by a score of 17-10. Let's get you up to date right now on some top 25 scores. Number 13, Washington State. This has really been a team that has really surprised a lot of people. They lead unranked UCLA 10-9. That came early in the third quarter. Number 5, Florida State. They've got Keon Coleman, outstanding transfer from Michigan State. They're up right now for Virginia Tech. That game at Doak Campbell Stadium, 22-10. Florida State, that game now at the half. Also, Syracuse trailing number 14, North Carolina, 27-0. That is scores also at the half. Elsewhere in the top 25 earlier today, the game that all of you were interested in, and that was that Red River Shootout game. So much excitement in that game, and that ends up going to Brent Venables and Oklahoma, 34-30. They had a phenomenal, really back and forth in this game. So the Boomer Sooners are now 6-0. Walker 2 touchdowns in the ball game. Coming up tonight, it is number 10 Notre Dame, number 25 Louisville. The Cardinals have won 7 straight at home. They aim to start 6-0 for the first time since 2013. Louisville, there's a guy named Charlie Strong that was coaching their team that year. Raise your hand if you remember him. I certainly do. So I'm both of my hands up because I remember him coaching at Texas as well. Number 4, Ohio State beating Maryland today, 37-17. Marvin Harrison, another outstanding game, 8 catches, 163 yards, and a touchdown. Little Brown Jug. Michigan at number 2, Minnesota. It's the oldest trophy in college football. Our radio affiliate of the game, by the way, 92.7 in Arab, Alabama. We appreciate you tuning in. You can take it to the house this football season with the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association. Register at rolltide.com/take it to the house. Next up, your second half kick with Chris, Tyler, and Roger. I'm Brian Houseworth live in studio. This is Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Conecuh sausage is a true Southern flavor since 1947. Using the finest ingredients, Conecuh sausage has a tradition of making great-tasting hickory-smoked sausage for over 70 years. Visit their new gift shop in Evergreen, Alabama, or shop online at ConecuhSausage.com. Conecuh Sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide.
Do you say roll tide instead of hello? See elephants in the clouds? Never wear blue and orange together? If so, there's no better way to show your Crimson Tide pride than with the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card and prepaid Regions Now card. As passionate as you are about Bama, Regions is even more passionate about celebrating your every financial win and helping you plan for the next one. To order your card, visit Regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
It's game day. What do you take to the tailgate? A flat screen TV? Take it to the tailgate. Your wife's favorite blender? The DJ sound system? With a Ford F-150 truck, you can take it all. With available Pro Power onboard that acts like a mobile generator, you can use F-150 to take your tailgate to the next level. Visit your local Ford dealer today. The Alabama Crimson Tide and Ford F-150. Greatness starts here. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Allstate, you're in good hands. Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by The Soup Store, your home for officially licensed Bama gear. Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
Getting ready to start the third quarter at Kyle Field. It's Texas A&M 17 and Alabama 10. The Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on the first drive of the second half, Clint Franks from Milry, Alabama, will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Just spoke at halftime with Coach Saban as our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Again, brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Crimson Tide again down by 7, getting ready to start the third quarter against Texas A&M. This ball game is presented by Beatbox. It's the original Party Punch, 9 delicious flavors, non-carbonated and resealable. Be the MVP of your next game day tailgate with Beatbox. We are broadcasting to you live today from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money. Again, inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Once again on the call, here's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. Tyler White's, when you look at Alabama trailing this one 17-10, 7 penalties, 39 yards, and the bulk of those have been procedure penalties. Very frustrating that when you've got some third and manageables, you have dropped yourself into about a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, which really makes it a lot tougher.
That's the key in all of this, is now you're in an obvious passing situation, and that plays right into the hands of this defensive front for Texas A&M, and they've gotten home as a result of it. It's been some drive killers for this Alabama offense, and in a time where they needed to be able to respond and put points on the board, because A&M had all the momentum going there in the second half, and we just shot ourselves in the foot over and over and over.
4 sacks, 24 yards in yardage lost because of those sacks. And that's why Alabama's sitting there with negative 13 rushing. Again, it wouldn't be stellar even without the sack yardage factored in, but it's certainly not helping the cause.
No, and what's really frustrating is the fact that we have some favorable matchups where we're creating separation and a cushion there on the perimeter. We can take advantage of these corners, A, if we're throwing when we want to throw, and B, if we're holding up front.
Randy Bond to kick off for A&M. Kendrick Law, the deep man for Alabama. Bond's been kicking it into the end zone with the wind at his back, but with the wind in his face, it's fielded at the 7 by Law. Gets across the 25-30 and tripped up as he gets to the 33-yard line. Great starting field position for the Crimson Tide after the short kickoff and a nice return on the part of Bama's Kendrick Law.
And offensively, we have to figure out a way to get some sort of running game going. Right now, we're negative yardage in the running attack.
And again, that's there because of the sack yardage, but it's no more than 20 yards running the football, even if you take that out. So here's Alabama, 1st and 10 from their own 33-yard line. Jace McClellan to the right of quarterback Jalen Milroe from the pistol formation. Looking to throw with time, dumps it off near side. Amari Niblack, his first catch of the game, stretches forward, and he's got a first down to the 44-yard line. A bank first down after a gain of a dozen, they'll say now, to the 45-yard line. First catch for Amari after he was a big target last week.
He's got to be more incorporated here in the second half. He can take advantage of this A&M secondary, especially across the middle.
Burton in the slot right, wide man right is Malik Benson. Niblack offset tight end to the left. Pistol formation, pass thrown. Benson right side, a nice throw from Milroe to Benson quickly. Operating from the pistol, and Josh DeBerry makes the hit after a gain of about 4.5, maybe 5.
And this may be one of those days where the short passing game is your extended running plays. I mean, that's your running attack.
Isaiah Bond will come to the near side of the field, joining Jermaine Burton. Going to the left is Benson. C.J. Dupree is checked in to play tight end to the left side of the formation. 2nd down and 5. Operating right from the midfield stripe. Milroe with pressure coming, unloads it, catch is made. Great grab on the part of Bond at the first down mark, and maybe the best throw from Jalen Milroe today, given the pressure that was in his face.
Yeah, Isaiah Bond was not even going out of his cut at the time that he had to release the ball, but he knew where the coverage, where he needed to go with it. He threw it on time just to get away with it. Even if it was incomplete, it wasn't a sack. That's a positive.
3 wide outs, 2 left, 1 right for Alabama. McClellan in the backfield with the quarterback who gets the snap. Milroe looking, pressure coming, dumps it off again, catch is made again. Bond with it again. He is shy of the first down mark, but picks up 7 or 8 on first down. Jacoby Matthews, the safety, able to corral him out of bounds.
And A&M continues to bring those middle linebackers. And anytime Milroe sees that, he knows that he should know that crossing is going to be wide open.
What's that, 6 straight passes to start this opening drive, all from Milroe, all successful. Looking left side, catch is made. Bond gets inside the 30, moved the 6 again. Another bank first down. Torian York, the linebacker, delivers the hit, but not until he gets to the 27 of A&M. Moved the sticks again for the Crimson Tide.
Jaden Roberts, number 77, is now playing right guard. He and Walter Nolan got tied up after the play, but no penalties were thrown.
Nolan late to get to the line of scrimmage. He does get set, and Alabama methodically works forward. 1st and 10, 2 wide outs each side. Still McClellan in the backfield. Another pressure coming, and down goes Milroe. The ball's on the deck. A scramble for it. Who's going to have it? Boy, he got leveled, and he's slow to get up. Bama somehow got the football back, but Jalen from the backside got hammered by Edgerrin Cooper. And Milroe holding his back as he gets up and said, maybe we don't need to run to the line of scrimmage right here. 5 sacks now recorded by A&M, and Bama fortunate to get the football back on 2nd down, and now what'll be 16 or 17 yards to go.
Yeah, that's just where they brought one more on the left side than what we could block. So not sure if Jalen Milroe has to keep his eyes over there, understanding that pressure's coming, or if the line slid the wrong way.
2nd and 19. They'll actually call it now. Play clock at 2, at 1, and Bama doesn't get the snap off in time. Timeout, though, is called by Nick Saban and Alabama, just ahead of the penalty flag being thrown. Timeout on the field. We'll take the break as well. 11:14 to go in the 3rd quarter. Still 17-10. Texas A&M leading Alabama with the tide of the march when we return on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Having forklift issues? Well, maybe you need a new lift. Maybe you just need your equipment repaired. Trust the experts at the Lilly Company. Lilly is your one-stop shop for material handling and an authorized dealer for the #1 forklift in the world, Toyota forklifts. From new forklifts to everything else in your warehouse, the Lilly Company has over 100 years of experience to take care of your business. Online at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
11 minutes, 14 seconds left to go in the third quarter. It's still Texas A&M 17 and Alabama 10. Our radio affiliate of the game is Fun, 92.7 FM in ARAD. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to Fun, 92.7 FM in ARAD for carrying Alabama football this season.
Roger Hoover, thank you very much. Alabama facing now a second down and 19 with 11:14 to go in the third quarter.
Oh, and this is I wonder if Alabama is going to run it. They have a little play where they'll put 2 tight ends to the left and fake a tall sweep to the running back, and then you hit one of the tight ends. Oh, I'm trying to be Gary Danielson.
There you go. Whoa. Yeah, easy, big fella. There is the fake on the toss sweep. They've got a tight end. Good call, Tyler, except it's picked off. The throw was late. They were trying to connect with Niblack. It's intercepted. They'll get it to the 35-yard line. Bryce Anderson read it well, stepped in front of Niblack, and Alabama will turn it over.
Oh, it was there. It was just thrown too late. The play develops well, but the safety, because the ball hung in the air, he had time to come over from the other side of the formation and pick the ball off. Very unfortunate there. You got the exact look that you wanted. You pulled all the backers up with the play action on the toss sweep. You released both the tight ends. Niblack is wide open down the seam, but the ball just hung up there too long.
And also, if he puts maybe more air under it.
No, it's going to
be driven there.
That's a drive it in there. Anytime you have pressure coming over, you have to drive that ball in.
Lamari Daniels in at running back for A&M. Operating from the 35 after the big turnover. First interception thrown by Alabama today. A handoff goes to Daniels. He got stacked up and then fights forward for a gain of about 3. Tim Keenan III, the nose guard, able to bring him down, but after a gain of a couple on the play.
Very impressive drive, but now is when Alabama, this defense has to understand, just like at South Florida, hey, the game is on your shoulders. Whether you like it or not, you have to keep this a one-possession game and get us into the fourth quarter.
Aggies with the football on 2nd and 8, operating from their own 37. Pistol formation. Johnson looking, pressure coming up the middle. Backpedals, throws. That one is almost picked off. It was picked off. Caleb Downs, his 2nd interception of the year, and Bama takes it over at the Aggie 39-yard line. 7th interception of the game, and for each one, participating Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $1,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner.
And Trez Marshall, he won't get it, but he was the pressure coming right up the middle that forced Max Johnson to throw off of his back foot. That allowed Caleb to jump underneath the route on the little crosser, and it's definitely an interception.
May have caromed off the hands of the tight end Jake Johnson back into the hands of Caleb Downs. Bama takes it right back after the initial takeaway by A&M, and it's still Aggies 17, Alabama 10. 10:26 to go in the third when we return on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What does commitment sound like? At Alabama Power, we hear you, we see you, and celebrate you on long practice days, game days that bring us together, and every day in between. Your commitment to making an impact for the team, for the fans. That inspires us to be at our best for the communities we champion across the state. We're committed to this kind of energy. That's power for a better Alabama. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, son, how are you feeling?
I'm fine, Pops.
What's on your mind?
I can't explain it. Navigating without a compass, eyes waiting, started to wonder. Metamorphosis, loss of who you thought you was.
When your kid can't find the language, help them find the lyrics. Listen to the Sound It Out album and get tips and tools to start a conversation at sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by Ad Council and Pivotal Ventures.
10:26 left to go in the third quarter. It's Texas A&M 17, Alabama 10. Back-to-back weeks with an interception for Caleb Downs. And again, for every Crimson Tide interception, Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donating $1,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. So 7 picks for Bama, $7,000 for Children's of Alabama. Special thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama who are supporting Children's of Alabama this season.
Bond split wide left. To the right, it's Benson. He comes in tight along with Dupree and Oots. Bama runs it right side with Jace McClellan. He'll get to the 30. He'll get inside the 25. He'll get all the way down to the 23 as the pile moved with him. First down, Alabama, marching at the high red zone territory of Texas A&M.
Hey, made a guy miss in the pocket or in the hole, and that's exactly what you got to do. Make one guy miss, keeps his feet, and stays on there until the offensive line can come down there and push him for an additional 6 yards.
Jace, after the big carry, still in there in the backfield to the right of Jalen Milroe, who operates from the pistol. 2 wideouts right, tight end to the left side. I think that's Nyblack. Trying to get everybody set. Play clock at 5. 4. Snap to Milroe. Handoff McClellan. Bounces to the 20. Gets stacked up right there. It will be second down and 5 upcoming for Alabama.
And right now, the only thing preventing Alabama from being able to bust those perimeter plays to the end zone are some cornerbacks. So I would love to see our running backs take them on and punish them.
Second and 6 officially from the 20-yard line. Bond goes wide left. Benson goes wide right. McClellan still back there with quarterback Milroe. Tight end to the right side, along with Dupree, is Nyblack. Jalen steps up to make sure everybody's on the same page. Play clock at 4. At 3. Gets the snap at 2. Looking, firing, left side catch made by Bond. Fights forward. First down before he's knocked out of bounds at the 11-yard line. The Chick-fil-A red zone is something Bama's deep in right now.
And the ball was a little bit low on the snap, but Milroe was able to pick it up, and Jace McClellan did a really nice job at coming across the formation and picking up the pressure by Texas A&M.
First and 10 at the Aggie 11. 8:34 to go in this third quarter. 17-10 A&M, but Bama trying to tie it up. Milroe waiting, getting the snap. Swings it out right side. Bond with a big hit leveled. Made the catch, but lost yardage on the play as Malik Benson could not make the block on Josh DeBerry.
Yeah, and if he is able to make that block and secure that catch, the next defender is about 8 or 9 yards deep into the secondary. It would have been plenty of room to run. Well called, just poorly executed.
Bond comes down of the game. as Benson will go left along with Burton. It's a second down and 14, we'll call it, from the 15-yard line. Snap going to Milroe all day. Looking, reading the book, fires, has a man, but it's incomplete. He had Burton open, but the pass was off the mark. He even had Dupree open in the end zone, Tyler, but couldn't connect with either one.
And as he's rolling to the left there, the momentum of him moving just carried that ball beyond the grasp of Jermaine Burton. That was another opportunity. Great protection up front, plenty of time. He bought extra time, but you got to be able to complete those passes.
So 7:37 the time on the clock, third quarter. You've got to get to the one, but if you're going to do that, you may as well go ahead and stick it in the end zone. 3rd and 14. 3 wideouts left, 1 right. Milroe on the low snap. Looking, bouncing, firing towards the end zone. Burton, catch. Is he in bounds? Yes! Touchdown, Alabama. Jermaine Burton able to beat Tyreek Chappelle, the corner, for the 15-yard touchdown grab, and Alabama is an extra point away from tying it up.
Well, Alabama made our mistakes in going man-to-man coverage on some 3rd-and-long situations that A&M was taking advantage of. Now they make the mistake. Here inside the goal line, you get the man coverage. Burton comes all the way across the formation. Ball still thrown a little bit late, but a heck of a job reeling that in.
Burnip is the holder on the field. Gets the snap, puts it down, the kick is through, and Alabama able to tie it at 17-all with 7:29 remaining here in the third. Back to Aggieland. Deadlocked at 17 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Alabama and Texas A&M tied at 17 with 7:29 left to go in the third quarter. The Bromberg scoring drive, 6 plays, 39 yards. It took 2 minutes, 57 seconds off the clock. That 15-yard touchdown from Jalen Milroe to Jermaine Burton is our best move of the game. It's presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game. Proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs.
Thank you, Roger Hoover. I'm Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts, where we're feeling a lot better after that drive by Alabama. And how about Jalen Milroe? Had a couple of throws he'd love to have back, but started that drive off so well, methodically moving the offense down the field. After he missed a guy in the end zone in the previous play, able to make a connection with Jermaine Burton for the touchdown on the next, and Alabama able to knock the score.
Yeah, keeping your poise and confidence. That's what Coach Saban talked about at halftime, and Jalen displayed that on that drive.
Reichard's kickoff sails into the end zone for a touchback. So the Aggies will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25. And again, James Burnip, we saw out on the field. If you missed it, he suffered what appeared to be a hamstring just by the way he was running, officially termed a lower body injury. for the Alabama punter and holder on place kicks. He did come out to hold on that extra point, but we do think we'll see Will Reichard continue to handle the punting duties the rest of the way in this one. So here's A&M with a football from their own 25. Johnson at quarterback with Le'Veon Moss. The single set back to his right as Johnson operates from the pistol. 3 wideouts to the left of the formation, a tight end to the right side. Gets the snap. Johnson looking, firing, catch made across the 30 to about the 33, and Aya Smith able to make the grab, a yard shy of the first down. It's 2nd and 1.
Plenty of time there for Max Johnson to be able to step into that throw. We just brought 4 people and unable to get to him.
Tresman Marshall on the hit, but not until Smith picked up 9 yards on the play. Moss now behind the quarterback, Johnson, who is in that pistol formation again. Getting the snap, handing it off. They run right. They get the first down. Not a lot more, though. In fact, they will indeed give him forward progress, even though he got backed up beyond the 35 or inside the 35, but they give him the 36 on forward progress. Move the chains. 1st and 10 for the Aggies.
But that's the type of effort this defensive front's going to have the remainder of the contest. They're making it awfully difficult for A&M to run the ball between the tight ends.
6.5 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Still 17-17. Alabama and Texas A&M after the Tide marched down the field moments ago to tie it up. Johnson will hand it off. Getting to the left side, then cutting it back across the 40 to the 44 is Moss. And Le'Veon Moss, the Walker, Louisiana native, able to stretch it forward for another 8-yard pickup on first down. They got 9 on the previous first down play.
And Tim Keenan, that nose guard, he did a good job of actually forcing that ball back inside, believe it or not. Good effort down the line of scrimmage, just didn't have any help on the back end.
Moss in the backfield with Johnson, who waits on the snap, gets it, hands it off. Moss fighting forward near the first down mark, and I believe he got just enough before Tim Keenan III stacked him up there. Keenan lost his helmet, has come off the field for a play. But it'll be a fresh set of downs again for the Aggies as Tim Smith comes on to replace the Bama defensive lineman, Tim Keenan.
And then keeps working the edges here. They're looking at that little stretch zone and trying to find some cutoffs, but they've been able to get to the perimeter on the previous 2 first downs.
A whistle and maybe procedure against another team for a change.
False start.
Hallelujah.
Offense, number 0. 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
It's only their 2nd penalty for 10 yards. If you're just joining us, Alabama has been far more charitable with their miscues. Alabama's been penalized 8 times for 45 yards. 1st and 10. Aggies, 1st and 15, excuse me, from back at their 41. Johnson hands it off. Moss trying to cut it up and does across the 45 to the 46. Braswell making the stop for the Crimson Tide. But a nice pickup of 6 yards running the football sets up 2nd and 10.
Very run heavy here on this possession.
Moss in the backfield to the right of Johnson. 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Tied into the right side for A&M. Johnson looking, pressure coming up the middle. Unloads, and it's almost picked off, but knocked away. No, it's caught. What a great play on the part of A&M's Evan Stewart. Trying to see who that was that had the angle for Bama. It was Trey Amos who almost knocked it away, and I thought he had, but Stewart still came up with it. Wow.
He could not have played that ball any better, Trey Amos. And on the 3rd or 2nd and 10, we brought pressure and almost got to Max Johnson. Would have been a huge play had we been able to bat that one away.
But it's 3rd down and a long 2. A&M's got everybody bunched other than the running back Moss to the right of Johnson. Hands it off, tries to change direction, stretches, doesn't stretch it up. He got to the 45 of Bama, but no further. It'll be 4th and a yard from there. Let's see what the Aggies will do here. They went for it on 4th down on their first drive of the game inside the Bama 20. Didn't get it. And the Tide forces A&M to punt, or at least show it here with a line of scrimmage at the Alabama 45. We see Nick Constantu come on. Let's see if they try to draw Bama off sides.
But there should be zero reason we're trying to apply any pressure here.
And they don't. The punt, a high wobbly kick heading towards the goal line and in. That'll be a touchback. Alabama able to get it out at the 20 when we return. A touchback, giving it to the Crimson Tide with 2:59 remaining in the third quarter. 17-17 is our score. We're back to College Station right after this timeout of the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Crimson Tide Football is brought to you by Aetna, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. This is Alabama Crimson Tide Football from Learfield.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
A heads up before something bad happens.
You should not send that text.
Uh-oh. Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes, you can reverse prediabetes and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. To learn your risk, take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
2 minutes, 59 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Alabama and Texas A&M all tied at 17. We've seen one sack today by the Crimson Tide, and the sack's always presented by Guthrie's Golden Fried Chicken Fingers. And it's an Alabama tailgate tradition and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Get a sackful at Guthrie's.
Thank you, Roger. Jalen Hale into the ball game, split wide left for Alabama. Jermaine Burton wide right with Nyblack, the tight end. Roydale Williams in the backfield as Burton now goes to the left side to join Hale. Play action. Milroe. Pressure coming backside. Able to elude the rush. He's going to run. He'll get inside the 25 up to the 30. He's got an Alabama first down. Jalen Milroe, the wise decision to tuck it and run. Picked up the first down yardage. A bank first down on the 12-yard gain.
Boy, and the linebacker Chris Russell for A&M was in coverage. If he doesn't make a shoestring tackle, Milroe is picking up another 15 to 20 yards.
From the Alabama 33-yard line. Oots the tight end to the right side. Snap goes to Milroe. Handoff goes to Williams. Stretches forward. Picks up a yard and a half, maybe two, before Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker, able to bring him down.
And we were getting a hat on a hat except for always one person. And it always seems to be these pesky linebackers for A&M.
17-17 our score, nearing the 2-minute mark of this third quarter. Alabama with the football. They tied it up on a drive a few minutes ago. Now trying to take the lead again. Play action. Milroe looking deep. He's got a man down there. Burton makes the catch. He's brought down at the 20. But Alabama inside the red zone again, and a flag is down. Tyler, what did you see?
I think that looks like a sideline infraction once again from where it's thrown. It was in this general area of the last one. But I tell you what I saw on the play. I saw the wide receivers on the
play. First down.
I saw the wide receivers on both sides creating separation and beating their guys. Jalen Milroe could have hit the takeoff route to either one of those guys.
46-yard pickup on the play Jalen Milroe to Jermaine Burton, who's had a couple of long receptions in this contest. The Crimson Tide able to pick up good yardage again. An injured player down for A&M. It's Albert Regis who is down, and we'll keep it right here with 1:27 to go in the third quarter of play. And Alabama and A&M tied at 17 apiece, but the Tide threatening to change that fact here.
Boy, it's been through big plays, too. I tell you, our Alabama receiving corps hadn't had a great season necessarily with creating separation and getting a lot of explosive plays. Didn't have any last week. But today, they have absolutely owned these corners for Texas A&M. And anytime that we can catch them rotating into a single safety coverage, we really take advantage on the perimeter.
Jermaine Burton, so far today for Alabama, 7 catches, 167 yards, a touchdown. To his credit, he's averaged 24 yards per grab. Isaiah Bond, 6 catches for 79. You still got Nyblack, Prentice, Benson, and McClellan, all who have 1 catch each. As Jalen Milroe has gone 17 of 25 for 266 yards, 2 scores, and 1 interception.
He has played well, and he's gotten rid of the football when he's known where the pressure's coming from. But here is really where you have to make hay. Once you cross there and get inside that red zone, you got to find a way to get a touchdown on this drive.
Boots and Dupree, the tight ends. They've got 2 men split wide right in Malik Benson and also Isaiah Bond. The tight end to the left side of the formation is Robbie Utes. One to the right side, maybe Danny Lewis. Nope, don't have one there. My mistake. Roydell Williams in the backfield as Milroe waits on the snap on 1st and 10. He'll hand it off. Williams stretches forward, got a yard inside that Chick-fil-A red zone to the 19-yard line before Cooper brings him down.
Chris Russell, that linebacker, we just can't find a way to get a helmet on him. He's the guy that really is roaming around there, stuffing these running plays in between the tackles before they have a true opportunity to develop.
Williams out, McClellan in for Alabama on 2nd down and 9 from the A&M 19-yard line. 2 wideouts left. Nyblack offset to the right side of the formation. Play action. Milroe looking, firing across the middle, over the head of Nyblack, trying to connect with him in the back of the Aggie end zone.
I get it. That's a good matchup, but you still have that safety roaming around in help. So he had to throw the ball high, otherwise it's going to get intercepted.
Bama's only 2 of 7 on 3rd down conversion attempts today. They've got 3rd and 9 right here. They scored a touchdown on 3rd and 15 just a few moments ago. 3rd and 14 actually from the 15-yard line of A&M. Now they're at the 19. On 3rd and 9, Milroe stepping up with the play clock now at 4, at 3, waiting on the snap at 1. They just get it off in time. Fires, quick slant, Burton, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Alabama! Jermaine Burton on the 19-yard reception and run after the strike from Jalen Milroe, and Bama is back on top. 22 seconds remaining here in the third quarter, and the Tide leads it 23-17.
Boy, Jermaine Burton's having a well of a day, ain't he? Heck of a job there. You get the one-on-one coverage. You're able to get a little step. Once again, you own the corners. Take advantage of it. Ball delivered where it needed to be.
Pivot to snap it to Burnham. Puts it down. Reichard boots it through, and Alabama down 17-10 at the half. Leads it 24-17. The Crimson Tide able to regain the lead. Let's pause 10 seconds for everybody to take a deep breath, and also for our local stations to identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Tyler Watts, we figured out the formula. We got to have 3rd and 15 or more to execute touchdowns.
Only after an incomplete pass in the end zone.
True. Well said. Carry the one. all of those things.
Don't care what you do. It's been a heck of a job by this offense here in the second half. Even when they've gotten behind the chains, they've found a way to continue to keep these drives moving. Finding open receivers. Jalen Milroe has been spot on. Not only was that the right read, but the placement of the ball is so important because you're allowing your receiver to do his job and create separation, but then catch the ball and run. He's able to split the safety and the cornerback who both go in for the tackle, but it's just an arm tackle. And hopefully that'll encourage Jermaine also to start lowering his head and trying to create extra yardage after contact because you never know what can happen.
Milroe, 18 of 27, 285 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. The scoring drive, 6 plays, 80 yards, 2:37 on the clock. And Alabama back on top, 24-17. Just 22 seconds remain in the third quarter of play. Reichard kicking it off. It's a high end-under-end kick and a fair catch called for and made at the 5-yard line by the Aggies. So they'll get it out at the 25. Reuben Owens making the safe play right there for Texas A&M. All right, here's what we've had since the start. A team scores, the other team scores twice to take the lead. The other team scores twice to regain the lead. The other team scores twice to regain the lead. We got to stop that trend right here.
But all that was in the first half, my friend. That's history.
Till the second half when we scored twice for us to take the lead. Let's keep it there. Le'Veon Moss in the backfield to the right of Max Johnson, the lefty quarterback, waiting on the shotgun snap. Gets it, fakes a pitch right, now runs it left, cuts it back up the middle, gets to the 30, and up near the 33-yard line. It'll be a gain of 7 or 8 on the play before Jaheim Otis and Jahad Campbell bring him down on what is likely the final play of this third quarter. It will be second down and 3 yards to go for the first down when we come back. A&M will have the football in their own territory, but it's Alabama that will head to that fourth quarter with a 24-17 lead here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know the perfect time to hit the concession stand. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate.
Woo! Nice! I never miss a touchdown. Want a bite?
Yeah, he knows he's got a sixth sense for a snack break. Just like he knows that switching to Allstate can save drivers $468.
Saving $468 based on the national average annual savings for new auto customers surveyed in 2022 who switched to Allstate. Prices may vary based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
And your scores on this Saturday evening are presented live by the folks at Alabama Power, proud to support the Crimson Tide. I'm Brian Houseworth. Third quarter right now in Gainesville, Florida, beating Vanderbilt by a score of 21-7. Here in about 55 minutes, Kentucky will take on number 1 Georgia. That game is going on. Troy is pounding Arkansas State right now, third quarter, by a score of 20-3. Vidal with 2 touchdowns at the vet. Let's send you back right now to Kyle Field, the home of the 12th man. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. The third quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. Just like the Crimson Tide on the field, Knox Pest Control experts respond to you with speed. Defend your home and business from unwanted pests with Knox Pest Control. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit KNOXPest.com. Knox knocks them out. Saw the Crimson Tide outscore the Aggies 14-0 in the third quarter as Alabama has built up a 24-17 lead with only 15 minutes left to go. Don't forget, all sideline reports this season are brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. We continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth where you can feel good about your money. And once again on the call, Chris Stewart.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Tyler Watts, Bama has indeed regained the lead 24-17. We start the fourth quarter. A&M faced with a 2nd down and 3 coming up. What has Alabama done that's allowed them to regain the momentum and, more importantly, the lead?
Well, I tell you, explosive plays will just break your back as a defensive unit. And Alabama has hit their fair share here in the second half. I think they're 3 for 3 on those. Done an excellent job. Got the takeaway after we turned the ball over to set up a short field. But really, the difference has just been the attitude and mentality, I think. Playing disciplined football and allowing your skill to take over.
A&M bunches everybody in tight in the formation. Single setback is Le'Veon Moss. The handoff will go to him. He'll try to bounce it right. He does. He's got a first down. He's brought down around the 37-yard line. Jalen Key made the stop, though, for Alabama, but moved the chains for A&M from their 37. It'll be 1st and 10 on the initial play of quarter number 4.
You know, and it seems, especially here in the second half, when we do well on first down, they struggle on that series. When we give up 7-8 yards, they continue to move the ball.
Moss in the backfield to the right of Johnson. They've got 3 wideouts left. Now one of those will come in tight. That's the tight end, Jake Johnson. Play action. Max Johnson stepping up, rolling left, now wants to run, dives, gets to the 40. Shouldn't be given any more than that if they mark him where he actually went down, and they do, right at the 40-yard line. But it'll still be a gain of about 2.5 for the Aggies. 2nd down and long upcoming with the clock moving at the 14-minute mark right now.
Now we are able to stop them for a shorter gain. Kind of takes away their template of run, run, run. Got to make something happen here on 2nd down to put them in 3rd and long.
3 wides to the right side. Single setback once again, Moss. Play action, Johnson looking, scrambling, backpedaling, has to unload it as he had a man in his face. That was Chris Braswell, the senior from Baltimore, who was about to put him on his back. He did just that, but it was after Johnson unloaded the football. The incompletion sets up 3rd down at about 7. Bama couldn't get off the field earlier. Tyler Watts on 3rd down. Let's see what they can do here.
Well, and the problem really has been when we've applied pressure with just the 2 middle linebackers. If we'll just put a 4-man front and let them twist and stunt, the offensive line has really struggled with that. But you got to muck up the picture for Max Johnson in the secondary.
Quandarius Robinson is checked in for Bama, the senior from Jackson Overland High School in Birmingham. He's along the front as Johnson will face pressure, and he will fire, and the catch is made. They'll stretch forward. They'll get a first down and more. That's across midfield to the Bama 48-yard line. Le'Veon Moss able to make the grab. He is finally brought down by Christian Story, but that's a heck of a play on the part of the Aggies and their quarterback, Max Johnson.
Well, he got hit as he was throwing. This should have been dropped for no gain, but Lawson's feet came out from under him as he was trying to make the tackle. He was in perfect position, but just was unable to make the tackle in open field.
Had him by the jersey, but it looked like it tore. Big hit was delivered on the play by Dallas Turner, but it was right as the quarterback unloaded the football. 1st and 10 at the Bama 48-yard line. Handoff to the single setback who pushes forward to the 45. That's Ruben Owens, the freshman, who gets the carry. And for Owens, that's just his 3rd rush and the 1st for positive yardage today as Tim Keenan III made the stop on him. 3.5-yard pickup on that one to the Bama 45. Clock moving at 12:20, 12:19, now 12:18. Time left here in the fourth quarter. Bama on top, 24-17. Aggies with a football. Johnson waiting on the snap, gets it. Looking, fires across the middle, incomplete. Bama had the benefit of a defender wearing stripes right there as they were trying to connect with Evan Stewart, but an official in the middle of the field, Tyler, may have obstructed his view.
I think we might have been guilty of holding, is what you're saying. Oh, I see.
It was just, it wasn't a hold. It was simply the umpire who was in the way on that play.
Yeah, Moose Muhammad's got to catch that ball there. Or I'm sorry, Anaya Smith.
Russ Pulley, the umpire, was the man who was just standing in his territory. And
he's
almost,
part of the field,
he's
baby.
part of the field. We're fine with that. Good job, Mr. Ref. Aggies with it on 3rd down and 6. They're 4 of 9 on 3rd downs, including one just a series before. Looking, Johnson firing, has a man downfield. That is going to be broken up on a great play late. Anaya Smith was the intended receiver, but it gets busted up on a great play on that side. Terrion Arnold able to deliver for Alabama.
Man, I tell you what, it's a good thing that ball was just a hair underthrown, because if it had been pushed out front, there was separation. But Arnold did a good job not turning his head and just playing the ball. So the catch is made, and he's able to continue to fight with the hands and bust it loose before he hit the ground.
Wow, what a great battle between he and Anaya Smith on that play. So Bama forces A&M to punt. Here's Constantu on to punt. He's had a 40-yard average today. The left foot, the end-under-end kick. Kool-Aid calls fair catch, and he will field it at the 14-yard line. Bama with possession when we come back. 11:44 to go. Bama up 24-17. They'll look to add to it when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Dos Equis knows college football game day is filled with iconic traditions. The fight songs, the mascots, the rivalries. The pregame text to your ex for her dad's cable login so you and your buddy can stream the game even though you promised last season you were just about to get your own subscription. Whatever your game day ritual is, make sure you're doing it with a real one. Dos Equis. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2023 Dos Equis. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
1225 is your ultimate game day destination. Catch the game on one of their 35 big screen high-def TVs, combined with an extensive menu of mouth-watering food and refreshing drinks. Juicy burgers, crispy wings, craft beers, signature cocktails. 1225, where the energy is high, the screens are massive, and the excitement is contagious. Visit 1225 on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, less than 2 blocks from Bryant-Denny Stadium. 1225 Sports Bar, where sports, food, and fun collide.
I was 38 and expecting my first baby. The pregnancy was high risk due to my age, so I required constant monitoring. My nurse Hannah was so compassionate. She answered all of my questions and took care of every need. At one point, my blood pressure dropped. Hannah kept me calm and called in help. Thankfully, all went well with the delivery, and now I have a beautiful baby girl. At the DCH Women's Pavilion, you can tell they love bringing babies into the world.
DCH, champions for your health.
Alabama 24, Texas A&M 17. We still have 11 minutes, 44 seconds left to go in this game. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATIX. The official attendance for today's game, 108,101. ATIX is the proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans.
Tyler White's Alabama with the football 1st and 10. Operating from their own 14-yard line. Jace McClellan in the backfield. What do you look for early in this drive?
Well, first and foremost, you got to find a way to get a first down and give yourself a little bit of breathing room, but you have to stay aggressive. That's what's brought you here to this point in the fourth quarter. You have to stay aggressive.
Jalen handing it off. McClellan right up the gut. Bounces it left. Gets 6 yards on first down. A nice gain for Alabama to move the sticks. We saw it late in the game against South Florida. Bama, 6.5 minutes to go, took 6 minutes off the clock, primarily with the run. We've also seen them run it effectively as A&M's got a man down at the moment in Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle. And you hope leaning on this Aggie defense a lot in this second half will start to take its effect, not in injuries such as the one we saw with Nolan. Now he's able to get up and walk off the field on his own power. But when I say that, I'm talking about the fatigue, the tiredness that you can see from that opposing defense.
Right. And we haven't necessarily had long, sustained drives here in the second half. We've hit a bunch of explosive chunk plays. However, this A&M defense has been on the field a majority of the time.
Albert Regis in, replacing Nolan. Regis, a sophomore from LaPorte, Texas. McClellan in the backfield to the left of Milroe. He's got two wideouts to his right. Burton, his favorite target in the slide, his second favorite target. Bond is wide right. Milroe with all day. Looks across the middle. Catch is made. First down and then drops. And A&M's got the football. A&M's got the football after the catch and then the fumble. It was Burton who made the grab, fighting for additional yardage. He lost possession, and the Aggies take over with 11
on the field is a catch,
four.
a fumble, and recovered by the defense. First down, Texas A&M.
Perfect throw, good catch. And then in fighting for the additional yardage, Burton trying to put it away, simply dropped it.
Damani Richardson, actually, he was the second guy cleaning up the tackle, and he went in on top and didn't punch the ball, but pushed his hand in there because the ball had been bobbling as he was going from one hand to another.
Bryce Anderson got the recovery after Richardson did indeed knock it away. It was a legal catch. And A&M takes over at the Alabama 29-yard line. The defense got a stop. They force a punt, but then Alabama turns it over after they picked up the first down. Let's see what the defense can do here with 11:09 to go. Le'Veon Moss in the backfield. Max Johnson, of course, the quarterback. Two wideouts left, one right. Muhammad and Smith are left with Stewart to the right side of the formation. Pistol, Johnson handing it off. Cutting it back, but nowhere to go with it was Moss. Gets stacked up by Tim Keenan III. A great stop by the Crimson Tide defensively. It'll be second down and about 9.
Got to force a field goal shot here for your Alabama defense. Now keep everything in front of you. You got to figure they're probably going to put the ball in the air here on this next two plays.
Three wideouts right, one left. Again, Moss to the left of Johnson. Waiting on the snap. Gets it. Johnson. Pressure coming. Goes down at the 35. Max Johnson leveled on the play. Take your pick. Dallas Turner, Chris Braswell, Justin Aborgby. They were all there. And the Crimson Tide made sure the Maroon goes down back at the 34.
Boy, that's a huge play there on second down to put them way behind the chains. Although they have overcome these down and distances before, but one more sack or tackle for no loss, and you're on the edge of field goal range.
Second sack for Alabama, brought to you by Guthrie's. We'll have more on Guthrie's in a moment. Right now, third in a bunch. We'll call it 15 with 5 wideouts in formation for A&M. Play clock at 2. Looking. Johnson fired across the middle. Catch made, but shy of the first down mark. A big hit by Terry and Arnold on Jake Johnson, the quarterback's brother, and they will indeed bring the field goal kicking unit on. Here's Randy Bond on to try one. So far, he has made his only attempt today. On the season, he is 12 of 16. He has been perfect from 39 yards or less, but this is from 42 yards in the near hash mark. He's only 1 of 5 from this range this season. The snap, the spot are good. The kick is blocked, and Bama's got it. Bama's got it. Foot race right now. Braswell, 35, 30. Nobody commit a penalty. He's in. Touchdown, Alabama. But dadgummit, there is a flag back at midfield. Somebody behind the play couldn't help themselves.
20 yards behind the play.
Oh, goodness. We'll tell you who blocked it as soon as we can figure it out. But I can tell you this, Mr. Braswell took it to the house.
Personal foul, blindside black. Return team, 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down, Alabama.
Blindside block. Braswell blocked it himself, scooped it, and then, oh man, who committed the penalty? Wow.
Dallas Turner.
And he barely hit the guy. I mean, he didn't have to do that.
No,
it was well behind the plate, but he just nudged him. But it was enough of a nudge that the flag came in. 8:55 to go. Bama with the 24-17 lead. The ball and Old Mo is wearing crimson now here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends, surprise parties, camps, birthdays. The same way you plan for the important moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Alabama still in front, 24-17 over Texas A&M, as we still have 8 minutes, 55 seconds left to play in this fourth quarter. Today's game is presented by Beatbox. It's the original Party Punch. 9 delicious flavors, non-carbonated and resealable. Be the MVP of your next game day tailgate with Beatbox.
Benson and Prentice split wide right. One man left. Single setback is McClellan to the left of Milroe. Play action. Looking, firing, left side, catch is made, Bond out of bounds in A&M territory. They'll spot it at the Aggie 46-yard line. Another bank first down for Alabama in Aggie territory.
So A&M brought 7 people. They brought the safety down right before the snap. Jalen Milroe saw that and pulled it out. A great call there on first down.
17-yard pickup as the Crimson Tide advances it into Aggie territory. 8:25 and moving. Bama up by 7 with the football. Handoff goes to Roydell Williams, stacked up as he gets to the 45. A gain of a yard and a half, maybe 2 on that one, before he's brought down by Torian York. The linebacker making the hit for the Aggies right at the A&M 44-yard line.
2 goals here on this drive. Get in field goal range, then get points.
24-17, again our score. Alabama with the lead after trailing 17-10 at intermission. And Bama moved. It looked like the tight end just lost his balance. C.J. Dupree fell forward, and that'll back the Tide up 5, and it'll be 2nd and 13.
Well, Fidel Diggs, the defensive end for A&M, adjusted from his outside to his inside. He's the only guy that really moved, and I guess Dupree thought that ball was being snapped. I don't know.
That's 9 penalties for 50 yards for Alabama, and I think 6 of those may be false starts. Procedure, false start, some variation. It is indeed 6. Here's the snap to Milroe. Firing left side and almost caught but dropped by Bond. He had slipped. He made a great recovery, Tyler, just to get close to making that grab. If he reels it in, it's a first down. Instead, it'll be 3rd and a bunch for Bama.
And because he slipped, the ball appeared to be high on him, but it was just him recovering, getting up off the ground. Otherwise, he has enough for the first down to move the chains once again.
Bama's 5 of 8 on 3rd downs. Milroe 20 of 30 for 313 and 3 scores today. McClellan in the backfield with Jalen. 2 wideouts to each side. Right at the midfield stripe, or barely across it, at the Aggie 49. Clock moving, under 7:25 to go in the game. Milroe with a flag coming in, and maybe we moved again.
I mean, it's a 3-man rush.
False start. Offense, number 77. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Jaden Roberts, the third-year sophomore from Houston, Texas, guilty of that procedure penalty for Alabama. Again, 10 penalties, 7 of which have been false starts of procedure.
And that really probably changes your mindset here of what you're wanting to accomplish. Be awfully surprised if they do anything other than run the ball and just punt it away.
Milroe waiting on the snap. And another flag. Did we do it again? It did.
False start. Offense, number 77. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Roberts again. Again, this started where we thought we had a blocked field goal, scooped up and scored of about 60 yards on the part of Chris Braswell. It was called back for a block in the back, or a blindside block. And now Bama's just gone backwards since then. Third more than 20. And the Tide will hand it off. Trying to cut it back will be McClellan, but he's brought down by Cooper for a gain of maybe a yard or 2 at the most. Jace gets untangled from the defender. It appears to be okay as he makes his way to the sideline, but disappointing as with 7 minutes to go in the game now, Bama, instead of having a 2-score lead, will have to punt this one away with their backup punter, albeit a good one, in Will Reichert.
Yeah, 2nd and 8 should not turn into 4th and 22.
Reichert has punted twice today for 40 yards for Alabama. His third with no rush is a high, wobbly kick that'll be fair caught at the 15-yard line. A good job again on the part of Will Reichert. 43 yards there with great hang time that forces A&M to take it over at their own 16-yard line. 6:41 to play. Bama by 7 when we come back to A&M here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 2.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2023 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 31st, 2023. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $29.04 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
When the unexpected happens in business, your insurance coverage is the real MVP. Your local agent and their partner Frankenmuth Insurance are true team players. We provide unique coverage to tackle risk head-on so you can stay in the game. Let's get frank about your business insurance. To find a local agent today, visit Frankenmuth Insurance at www.fmins.com. That's www.fmins.com.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, it's tough to win without teamwork. And Rocket Homes and Rocket Mortgage are a championship team. Buy with Rocket Homes and finance with Rocket Mortgage, and you could get up to $10,000 toward closing from Rocket Mortgage.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Yeah.
It's like having a great coaching quarterback duo on your team. Visit onlywithrocket.com today.
Oh, let's go!
Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage partner of Alabama Athletics.
For purchase transaction only, call 1-833-7-ROCKET for conditions and restrictions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Still 6 minutes, 41 seconds to go. Alabama holding on to a 24-17 lead at Texas A&M. Stay tuned after the game for the region's 5th quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Third largest crowd to ever witness a game at Kyle Field is here today. 108,101 in attendance. And they've seen a good one. Alabama leading Texas A&M by a score of 24-17 with 6 minutes and 41 seconds left to play in the ball game. Le'Veon Moss in the contest. He's in the backfield with quarterback Max Johnson from the Aggie 16-yard line. 1st and 10. 3 wideouts left. Johnson will look that direction. Now he's looking across the middle. Now he's looking up at the sky because he gets brought down back at the 6-yard line. Tim Keaton III bringing him down for another sack. That's the third by the Bama defense today.
It was a bull rush by somebody, but the left guard for A&M absolutely was on his backside, which allowed the floodgates just to open up there on that end.
From the 7, they'll say officially. Second down and 19 for the Aggies. Clock moving. 6 minutes to go from his own end zone. He's down. He's down. Ball is loose. Who's got it? Who's got it? Officials talking it over.
Nobody in the area. Intentional grounding in the end zone.
Here it comes. It's going to be a safety for Alabama.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. Intentional grounding, offense number 14. The foul occurred in the end zone. By rule, it's a safety.
2 more for Alabama in possession of the football upcoming, as the Aggies will have to punt it away. And how about that Bama defensive front?
Boy, 2 plays in a row, just absolutely parting the Red Sea there in the middle, just creating gaps. Everybody winning up front. And Le'Veon Moss free released into the flat, the running back for A&M. So there's nobody that you can even claim was in the area.
Boys' defense has been so good. I think I hear a few of them here. 108,000, mostly, wearing maroon, but those in crimson making a little noise right now.
And Justin Eboigbe, you don't think of him as a pass rusher, and he really isn't. That's not who he is. But boy, he played outstanding on that play. He really got after it.
Back-to-back plays by the Alabama defense had the Aggies on their heels. The second, a safety that makes it a 26-17 lead. 5:55 remaining in the game, and Bama's going to get the football. All the hands people are up, expecting an onside kick from A&M right here. See what the Aggies go with instead of punting it, as you often see. They do have their place kicker out there and regular kickoff man in Randy Bond. It's not too soon for an onside kick, is it, Tyler?
Well, you still got timeouts, and you got almost 6 minutes to go. You got to kick this away.
He's going to try to drive it, and he does to the 10, where Bama fields it there. It's Law to the 20, Law to the 25, Law to the 30, hanging on to the football more than anything else as he gets to the 33-yard line. Field position doesn't matter nearly as much as safe possession of the football. Bama 26, A&M 17. 5:48 left to play in the ball game here in College Station.
But the dilemma that you're in is the fact that your production here in the second half has been through the air. And once again, how do you play it? You got to stay aggressive. You got to continue to execute your game plan to move the chains.
A&M with 3 timeouts left as McClellan is in the backfield next to Milroe. Hands it off. Jace fighting forward. He's going to get 5 yards or close to it on first down. Good carry there. I said 5. They actually spot him at the 40 or the 35-yard line. Excuse me. A gain of only 3 officially.
Positive yardage, though. Keep the clock moving.
Fadil Diggs making the stop for A&M. Bama in no hurry to snap the football. Still 19 left on the play clock. 5:17 left on the game clock. Bama's going to bleed as much of that down as they can. Again, the Tide with 7 procedure penalties today among their 10 flags overall. Handoff goes again to McClellan, fighting forward again. Gets maybe a couple. It'll be 3rd and 5, maybe 3rd and 6, depending on the spot, as the clock moves under the 5-minute mark now here in the 4th. And that play clock just now hitting 30 seconds. Bama's 3 of 9 on 3rd downs.
Every run blitz that A&M has is being contemplated about being brought right now. Got to think Alabama's going to keep it on the ground. Be surprised if Milroe handed it off.
4 wideouts in formation, 3 right. Single setback. Who will be a pass protector. Jalen is going to go down back at the 25-yard line. He had pressure coming, but that was a wise decision on his part to just tuck it and cover it up with 2 hands.
Yeah, one of the only times it's okay to take the sack right there.
It is the 6th today by A&M, but again, we gladly will take that one as opposed to what could have happened there. To see if they come with a pressure on Reichard, who is the punter after Burnip suffered a leg injury that appeared to be a hamstring in the first half. He's had 3 punts for a 41-yard average. They do not pressure it, and he boots it away. A high wobbly kick, fair catch called for and made up around the 37-yard line, and the Aggies will have it 1st and 10 from there. 3:37 left to go in the ball game, and another media timeout. Bama trying to hang on here in College Station. 26-17 our score. 3.5 to go when we return on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Austal USA, we're building ships that protect and defend our nation. Building innovative ships requires innovative people. We're looking for Tide fans to join the build. We offer 4 10-hour-day work schedules for our production employees, comprehensive benefits, and individualized training programs that make our dynamic workforce even stronger. Visit AustalJobs.com to apply today and build a strong future. Austal USA. Innovative on land. Exceptional at sea.
Having forklift issues? Well, maybe you need a new lift. Maybe you just need your equipment repaired. Trust the experts at the Lilly Company. Lilly is your one-stop shop for material handling and an authorized dealer for the #1 forklift in the world, Toyota forklifts. From new forklifts to everything else in your warehouse, the Lilly Company has over 100 years of experience to take care of your business. Online at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
3 minutes, 37 seconds left to go. It's Alabama 26 and Texas A&M 17. Stay tuned after this game is over for the region's 5th quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Appreciate you and all that you do for us, along with our spotter, Butch Owens, our studio engineer, Jerry Kelly, producer engineer, Tom Stipe, Ethan Carabin, who brings you our Facebook Live pictures each and every week. Jim Carabin, our general manager, overseeing the whole operation. I'm Chris Stewart, Roger Hoover, Tyler Watts with you as well. Christian Miller and Eli Gold back with you next week when the Tide's in Tuscaloosa for homecoming, taking on the Arkansas Razorbacks. 1st and 10 Aggies from their 36. Looking, firing, incomplete. Flags coming in from everywhere. They're going to call pass interference, I believe, on Alabama as they were trying to connect with Jake Johnson.
Would have been Jahad Campbell. I guess his left hand was on the backside shoulder of Johnson.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense number 9, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot, 1st down.
Boy, it's a tough break there because the pass was going to be incomplete, thanks largely to the job that was done by Chris Braswell, who's been outstanding in this game, breaking that one up, really hitting the quarterback as he was throwing it. That made it a wobbly pass. 1st and 10 from the 46. Johnson looking downfield, and that's incomplete. He was trying to connect, and we got another flag coming in. They're going to say a late hit, I believe, on Justin Aboigbe as Alabama.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 41. Forcible contact to the quarterback's head and neck area. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. 1st down.
Forcible contact as opposed to unforceable contact, I guess.
It's one of those tough things because you as a pass rusher, you're trying to bat the ball away. You're getting your hand up there, one hand, even though you're fighting a block. and you're swatting at it. Sometimes it comes down the quarterback's head. 2 plays we've moved them
And he barely hit
into
him.
scoring position.
It was late, but he barely hit him as he was fighting through a blocker. Here comes the throw, and the catch is made, and the Aggies have got a man down the sideline at the 5 and stretching into the end zone. Ainias Smith making the grab, scoring the touchdown. And just like that, A&M, with 3:16 to go, has made this a 3-point game. Wow.
We made them use up no clock whatsoever because of the penalties and the explosive play.
39 yards. Back-to-back penalties. Bama had all the momentum. And then A&M with a quick strike from 39. Ainias Smith, a great effort to get into the end zone, to drag across the middle, and then the run down the sidelines. Are they going to review it?
The ruling on the field is a touchdown. The previous play is under video review.
He stepped out. He stepped out about the 3-yard line.
Wow. Man, I hope they see it your way, partner.
The
first angle we've seen, you can't tell.
Now the ball is going to be around the 1.
Second angle we're looking at.
Right there.
Yeah, foot may have drug. I hope that's how they see it anyway. Again, it was ruled touchdown, and yeah, it certainly appears on the replay that we're getting a chance to see.
Now, how did he get in that position? I mean, it was just a little crossing route. He catches the ball, and our cornerback and our safety kind of got picked on one another. They ran into each other, and then he's able to make slip a tackle and get into the open field.
Certainly looks like they're going to spot him at the 2. That's big for a lot of reasons. Among those being, Tyler, that's going to force them to take more time off the clock.
Yeah,
even if they scored on the next play, it's
a couple of seconds.
And again, hopefully they don't get in. But
right. Look, this game's going to come down to our offense's ability to pick up 2 first downs, though. That's what it's going to come down to, or 1 first down.
After video review, the runner's right foot touched out of bounds prior to the ball crossing the goal line. The ball be placed at the 2-yard line. First and goal, Texas A&M.
3:16 is left in the ball game. Bama still has a 26-17 lead. And again, hopefully they have to run more than 1 play.
Hey, how about hopefully we force him to kick a field goal?
I'm fine with that.
The divot that he left is all the confirmation that you need.
People inside the stadium are complaining because they see what they want to see. Everything's bigger in Texas except the video boards, which make it a little tough for them to be able to see. Moss and Crownover are in the backfield in the I formation behind the quarterback, Max Johnson. Crownover at fullback. Moss dots the I. 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Johnson under center. A rarity. Play action. Looking, firing through the back of the end zone, incomplete. 14 seconds ticked off the clock right there. Intended for Noah Thomas. Wow. That's the level of respect they've got for the Bama D, which has been really, really tough throughout the day, but especially in the second half.
Yeah, we've done a really nice job. Their only success running the ball has been on that stretch zone play, and that's awfully dangerous down here.
Moss in the backfield, the traditional set, the pistol formation, with a single set back to his right. 2 wideouts to the right side, 1 left. Again from the 2. They will hand it off. They'll run left. They will get into the end zone, and the flag's going to come in for holding. Great call, Tyler Watts. It is a hold on A&M, and this is going to be huge against the Aggies. Noah Thomas.
Holding. Offense number 3.
That's
10-yard penalty from the previous spot.
Wow.
Remains second down.
Back him up.
So Jalen Key had run support there on the right side of Alabama's formation. He comes up to make the tackle, and Thomas just reaches in and absolutely turns him around.
Clearly grabbed him. So all the way back at the 12-yard line, more time going off the clock. 2:58, is the time left. Moss in the backfield on what is second and goal from back around the 13. Johnson trying to step up in the pocket, wrapped up. He is going to be brought down back at the 17-yard line. Dallas Turner making the stop. The 5th sack of the day for Alabama. Wow, 3 of them coming on the last 2 drives for the Bama defense.
Boy, now you have to get after them one more time. Come on, defense. Force a field goal.
3rd and goal from the 15 with 2.5 to play in the ball game. Quandarius Robinson out there again for the Tide. Johnson looking, firing, left side, caught but shy of the goal line. Terrion Arnold with a stop on Jake Johnson, the tight end. It'll be 4th and goal from outside the 2, and A&M is going to have to burn a timeout here with 2:14 to go. They've got just 2 left. Again, Tyler, we hope they don't score. We hope they don't score. But even if they do, they've lost a minute of precious time off the game clock that could be massive in terms of the outcome.
Yeah, now they definitely have to do an onside kick, regardless of whether they choose to kick the field goal here or go ahead and go for the touchdown.
These 2 teams have met in games that went to the final play each of the last 2 seasons. When we were here 2 years ago, A&M won it on a field goal, 41-38. Bama won it with a goal line stand, 24-20 a year ago. Randy Bond is coming on to try the field goal from 20 yards from the near hash. Bond waiting as the snap and the spot are good. The kick is up, and it is good, and it's 26-20. So it's not over yet. Far from it. But man, losing more than a minute, 1 minute 5 seconds to be exact, off the game clock, and they get 3 rather than 7. And yes, they've made it a 1-score game, but it's got a much different feel than it did when it looked like the Aggies had gotten a touchdown.
Yeah, it's been awfully difficult for them to push the ball into the end zone when they've gotten inside the red zone, and now that's the monumental task that they'll be forced if they can get their hands back on the ball. Hopefully, though, Alabama will be able to secure this. Be interesting if they go for the onside kick here or if they do kick it deep.
Again, Bama blocked a field goal try from the Aggies earlier in the 4th quarter. Chris Braswell blocked it, scooped it up himself, and scampered about 60 yards, give or take a few, for what appeared to be a touchdown. But unfortunately, a blindside block was called on Dallas Turner behind the play, and that erased the touchdown. Bama actually didn't get any points. They had to punt it away.
They're going to go for the onside kick here.
The Yankees are indeed going to do that with Bond standing there. They've got another kicker who will actually kick it. It'll take a bounce. It'll be fielded by Bama in Aggie territory at the 49-yard line. Hey, Kool-Aid, nice job fielding that one. McKinstry on the football for Bama, and the Tide will take over.
Now, here's why that's important also from the standpoint of you're going to run the football right here and drain these timeouts. You get a first down, this ball game's over. But if you can't, you now have an opportunity to force A&M to drive the length of the field with about a minute, less than a minute, 45 seconds.
McClellan, the running back, to the left of quarterback Jalen Milroe. No penalties, fellas.
Oh, I'd love to see a quarterback keeper on a sweep.
2:11 to go in the game as Bama waits on the snap. Milroe gets it, hands it off. McClellan stacked up, nearly lost the football. Boy, he got popped, but thankfully held on to it as Edgerrin Cooper makes another hit. He's got at least 8 tackles in this game, and A&M will call their second timeout. They've got 1 left, and it comes with 2:07 on the game clock. 26-20. Alabama with the ball in the lead. 2nd down and 10 upcoming with 2:08 left to play.
I want to see the quarterback keeper on the edge because it takes up more time, and you gain an extra blocker with your running back by being able to do that. And if you can just secure everybody and screen everybody on the inside, you never know what can happen with Jalen Milroe if he's able to get a one-on-one opportunity in space.
You could also make the claim he's one of your 3 best running backs.
Well, it's all about numbers because they're selling out right now. But yeah, you absolutely can. You know.
Single setback is Roydell Williams now. Toss sweep to him, trying to get to the edge. He will. He'll cut it back up and check that. It was McClellan that actually made the carry, getting to the 45-yard line, stayed inbounds, and A&M will be forced to use their final timeout right here. And again, let's go back again to what the defense did, Tyler, because A&M had to burn a timeout there in addition to losing 1 minute 5 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, that was huge. The penalty killed them, and just the fact that we did not give up forced the incomplete pass on 1st down and the sack. I mean, man, that was just a huge play in the sequence of events that took place inside the red zone.
So 3rd down and about 7 upcoming for Alabama, and it's pretty simple. Not simple to do, but simple to say. If you get the 1st down, this game's over with probably 2 more snaps of the football. But protecting it is objective number 1. A&M will be trying to not only get the ball carrier down, but try to strip it away as well with 2 minutes to go. No timeouts left for the Aggies. Bama by 6 with the ball on 3rd and 7. Milroe, play action, tuck it away, he fires it, and it's caught. McClellan, 40, McClellan, did he get to the 1st down? He did! Wow, wow, wow. Jalen Milroe looked like he was going to get sacked, looked like he was going to fumble. Instead, he looks like the hero if it's a legal catch for Jace McClellan.
His knee was down. He then bobbled the ball, and his knee came back up. Alabama's going to try to get this snap off.
Oh, and they do. And they'll swing it out. It's incomplete. Wow.
I'm not sure. Why are we throwing it?
That's exactly what Nick Saban wants to
good.
know.
I'm not the only one here wondering what the heck we're doing.
Nick's going to call a timeout right here. And somebody might get killed.
A&M is mad because they don't understand the rules of the game.
Timeout. Alabama. It's a second. It will be 30 seconds.
Or I don't. And we got away with the biggest getaway since Brody Kroll hit Santonio Beard when he was down in Tennessee.
Good reference. Really good
only
reference.
Only one I know.
Good reference. So on that particular play, McClellan did not have possession of the football.
While his knee was down, yeah.
So he got back to his feet, made the catch clearly while he was upright. What's
Chris,
not clear is why in the world Jalen Milroe decided to check to a play that involved a pass right there and an incompletion, which sets up 2nd and 10 with 1 minute 36 to go.
It's probably a quarterback throw the ball out there, and he's not thinking situational right then. But he is now.
I guarantee
I promise you he is now.
He's also thinking, Nick Saban ain't happy with me. Coach called the timeout, got everybody on the same page. McClellan in the backfield. No timeouts left for A&M. And dadgummit, did we get another penalty?
Yes, we did.
Good night, fellas.
False start. Offense, number 81. 5-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
You know what, that's big? Because A&M has no timeouts. If you run the ball right there, the clock's running, the game's over. Now it's not. There's potentially 6 seconds left.
And you may have to punt it
or
again.
8 seconds left on when you have to get rid of the ball on 4th down.
One possession game for the 3rd straight year between Bama and Texas A&M. From the 43, the handoff goes to McClellan. He fights forward, gets to about the 41, maybe with forward progress. And it will be third down from there as the clock will run with 1:25 to go. 30 seconds as of now on the play clock, so you shouldn't have to snap it until there is under a minute to go. Maybe somewhere around 50 seconds. Nick Saban may call a timeout before the play clock hits 0. Just to talk things over on the next down.
Yeah, next down.
That's right, because he's only got one left himself. Play clock at 5, at 4, at 3. Gets the snap, the handoff goes to McClellan. Trying to get to the edge, cuts it back, gets to the 35-yard line. It'll be fourth down there, and there will be a 7-second differential in the play clock and the game clock. So Bama will let it wind down and then use the timeout with about 7 seconds to go. But you're right, if we don't get the procedure penalty, this thing's over.
Yeah. No, if we don't throw the ball on first down,
well, true,
the game's over.
True. Nick Saban's going to use the timeout as the play clock was about to hit 0. He did get the timeout there.
It's at third. It will be 30 seconds.
Well,
I'm glad it's not 1,000 degrees on top of all this drama like it normally is when we come to this place.
You know what would be awesome right now? Fake punt. No, you don't want Riker running around or throwing it. You get catch and kick. And I don't care if it goes 5 yards. Catch and kick.
Okay, you were kidding on the fake right there, making sure we're not getting you checked for
no
a well after the fact
concussion. I meant it when I said it, and then I heard it myself and realized how stupid it was.
Well, not going to even put the punter out there. We're going to have them snap it to Milroe and say, if you can bring me down in 7 seconds, go get me. Whatever you do, baby, hang on to it and give him a good snap.
Run.
From the 35. He's got it. Milroe with it. Running right. Looking towards the end zone, and it is incomplete as the clock hits 0. Wow.
The quarterback was outside the tackle box, and the ball crossed the line of scrimmage. The game is over.
Yes, it is, baby. Let's get out of here again. Alabama wins it. Final score, 26-20. The Crimson Tide gets the win in Aggieland. Drama to the finish once again between Alabama and the Aggies. Oh, mercy.
They're all going to be close, boys, but this team showed a tremendous amount of resilience. I'll say that. Overcoming all the penalties that they did, giving up the 14 straight points, losing the lead there in the first half. Looked like everything was going wrong for Alabama. But, boy, they kept on fighting. Kept on fighting. That defense really stepped up, improved. One of the best defenses in the country.
What a great timeout and decision. Run around for 4 seconds and then throw it high, and it doesn't stop the clock until the ball does. And it was out of bounds, and the clock was at 0, and hallelujah, Alabama gets a huge win on the road and improves now to 5-1 on the year, 3-0 in Southeastern Conference play. The Aggies are now 2-1 in the league. They are 4-2 overall. Partner, didn't expect it to be easy. Wasn't even always pretty.
It definitely wasn't pretty.
But there was a lot of gut shown by this Bama team, and coming from behind to win on the road here in College Station.
Yeah, we talk about there's so many key plays over the course of this game that really had a huge impact. Terrion Arnold getting beat, but playing through the play, knocking it away. Otherwise, it would have been a touchdown. How about Jalen Milroe getting square hit in the back and then responding, coming back, throwing a touchdown pass. Offense played excellent in the second half. No turnovers. No turnovers by this offense. I take that back. We did have the one turnover on the interception, but played relatively clean. Defense outstanding job once again. Complementary football, that's what championship teams, that's the chemistry that they have.
Wow. Impressive to say the very least, as Alabama is able to win this one on the road in College Station. Again, 26-20 is the final score today. Alabama gets the victory and remains undefeated in the Western Division race. Highly impressive, highly important as Bama gets another win in College Station. The region's fifth quarter show is coming your way in just a few moments. Roger Hoover will carry you the rest of the way for that one. Look forward to seeing you on Homecoming in Tuscaloosa. Eli will be back on the call for that one. Christian Miller will be back with us as well. We are far from done here in College Station. Again, your post-game coverage coming your way on a day when Bama wins it by a final of 26-20 over Texas A&M. I'm Chris Stewart, and this is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.